Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our event on transforming SAE, which is Smart Anything Everywhere results, into benefits for the EDIH ecosystem. My name is Maike Reimann. I'm a senior project manager at Steinbeiß in Germany, Karlsruhe, but I'm also the coordinator of the Smart4Europe project, which is supporting the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative. So we're holding this event here on behalf of the European Commission in Stuttgart, live in the studio. So I also have a few guests here with me. And this is really with the aim to transfer our final results, the results that we have in that project, in that CSA, to you. This doesn't mean that the initiative as such is stopping. So Smart Anything Everywhere is still running for another 2 years. We even have another event in Valencia on the 13th and 14th of December. Here you will hear a lot more of the overall ecosystem. Today we're focusing a bit on really transferring the results of the CSA and also what we have elaborated with the sister projects. But maybe for those who are not that familiar with Smart Anything Everywhere and also the CSA, I have a few slides for you. So what I'm going to show you is a little bit of the background right now. So Smart Anything Everywhere has the goal to really catalyze digitization throughout Europe. And how does it do that? On the one hand, it really wants to support startups, SMEs, and mid-caps in their digital transformation with the help of digital innovation hubs. On the other hand, it's also the aim to really network such digital innovation hubs into one big network. So the networking and consolidation of that overall network is also one of the aims. Then looking at the next slide, this is the first one, so going back. Here you can see at the center of the slide a digital innovation hub. I'm just shortly going to explain what it is. So a digital innovation hub really at the center has a competence center or a testing facility. This is very important. So you can test before invest, but it also provides you with much more. So it provides you with access to further investment, to the overall ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, also to skills and trainings. And these digital innovation hubs in the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, but also I4S, which is a sister initiative, they are bundled in so-called innovation actions. These are already like networked within such a project, and then they have cascade funds which can go to SMEs or startups or mid-caps, and together they do so-called SME-driven application experiments. So this is the idea behind somehow, and then we have the innovation actions there. We have CSA, which we are one of the CSAs, and these are really to consolidate the overall network and support it. So I'm just going to focus a little bit on the evolution of this initiative. So we are there since 7 years now already. And in the first phase, it was 4 projects. They were kind of starting to create this ecosystem. In the next phase, it was more on growing it, on multiplying its impact, so to grow the ecosystem. And in this third phase now, it's really on widening it up to the overall European coverage, so to the EU network as such. What you can see in phase 3 here is really the projects which are still running, and they will still be running also. And in red, you can see the 2 CSAs. So it has been there for 4 years now, 2 and 2 years, and this event really is about both of them. It's the results of both of those CSAs, but in collaboration also with the other projects. Next slide then will really show you a little bit more on what the CSA is doing. So a coordination and support action normally really takes care of all the projects around it. The overall SAE ecosystem, and here we are providing the enabling services. With this, I want to say we have an innovation portal, which is a one-stop shop you can go to, and here you can really access all the information that we have. We have a marketplace, we have a service center, we have different events which we hold to really consolidate the collaboration within Smart Anything Everywhere. But in a second pillar, we also want to widen this. So here we want to grow the ecosystem, we want to access the SMEs and startups, and we also want to liaise with very related other projects. And the third pillar then is really on sustaining all of that, so sustaining the ecosystem by building a strategy, business models, but also linking up with the national regional initiatives. I know we have quite a diverse audience today. Many of you will be DRHs or EDRHs, but we will also have in the audience very different types, and I just say we have something for all of you. So this is going to be presented over the day, but for startups and mid-caps and SMEs, of course, these success stories and how did we do it, how does that work with the funding is very interesting. If you're a DIH, I think we have a lot of learnings for you, so we have a lot we can transfer to you over that day. If you're an academic, a policymaker, or investor, we also have different sessions, which will be very interesting for you. We're focusing around the EDIH network today. And here comes my, I would say, most important slide. So this is my lovely consortium. We were lucky to still meet in Brussels in January 2020 for the kickoff. So we could still be there in person, and we knew each other already because we had that first CSA. So consortium is built up like Steinbeis. We are coordinating this. Then we have Hans Schickert there, and we have Rainer on stage already. Julia will be on stage later on, and they have organized this event today. So thanks a lot for this already. We will have Hayden Thompson from Think. He will give you an introduction on technologies and technology radar later on. We have Budapest University. We have Blue Morpho from France, which will also be there with 2 presentations. CA, I will have Isabel on stage. Jérôme also participated a lot there. And we have Fondazione Politecnico di Milano with Marta Pinzone. So you will see all of those people, and more importantly, you will hear about all of those different things that we have elaborated. And with this, I would then also move to the stage and welcome on stage Rainer Günzler from Hans Schickert, and also my colleague Patrick Schumacher, who is now going to ask a few questions to us, I believe. So very welcome on stage, the 2 of you, live in Stuttgart.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Maike, for introducing me already. I will do an interview at the beginning of our session now, but first of all, I would like to present also shortly Maike and Rainer Günzler. Believe it or not, but these 2 people have a lot of things in common. For example, Maike, you have already heard, she's the coordinator of Smart4Europe 2, supporting the SAE Initiative since the very beginning within various innovation actions, and is also partnering with an EDIH candidate in Baden-Württemberg. And Rainer, on my left side here, he has been the coordinator of Smart4Europe 1 CSA. He's also supporting the SAE Initiative, was involved in the first phase of innovation action under SAE. He's also active in various regional digi-hubs in Baden-Württemberg and is the coordinator of an EDIH candidate in Baden-Württemberg. So the one and only difference between Maike and Rainer is that Maike works for Steinbeis Europazentrum in Karlsruhe, and Rainer, you work at Hans Schickert in Villingen. This was my little introduction. Now I would like to start with my interview. I have prepared a few questions for you, and my first question is for you, Maike. You have accompanied the SAE Initiative since the very beginning for 7 years now. If you're looking back, would you have ever expected such a development?
Well, I must say no. I would definitely not have expected this to become such a really big and really well-known thing. And I'm not talking only about SAE here, I'm talking about like the initiatives, but also this overall ecosystem which they are supporting. So it's the digital innovation hubs ecosystem, I would say. So this has grown much bigger, much more well-known than I thought. And although it was answering a pressing need, this was not the question. So we knew it was needed, but nevertheless, it started like a ambitious new thing, a new instrument. Cascade funds were tested. So it was kind of creating digital innovation hubs as such, putting them together with SMEs, helping the SMEs. And it was more or less on testing all of those possibilities that were there. And this, of course, grew and grew, and it became quite well known, but also people wanted to be digital innovation hubs and registered in a catalog. And this overall ecosystem really grew a lot. And looking at it from today's perspective, really, Like, we are at the edge of creating a fully fledged EDIH network across all European regions now. So this really is the starting point right now for this. And yes, so I wouldn't have expected this rollout after those 7 years. And on the other hand, I'm personally also happy to have witnessed this development and also with the projects contributed to it. So I think this, yes, so it was unexpected, but I'm more than happy about the development that happened there.
All right, thank you for sharing your expectations, Maike. My second question is for you, Rainer. What were the most important impacts on this digitalization journey?
Well, this journey started early 2015 with 4 innovation actions. The Commission already at the start asked us to cooperate to form the start of this initiative. And with 2 projects in the hardware and 2 in the software domain, it took us quite a while to understand each other's languages. But I'm grateful for this experience. The phases which came afterwards significantly added to this with nearly a dozen of innovation actions. Altogether, we had more than 400 what Maike called application experiments, which is a very significant impact, I would say. Still, there are a lot of SMEs out there, and we have to think how to enlarge this. And I believe the concept of this European Digital Innovation Hub network is a very good start to this next phase.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Rainer, for telling us the most important impacts. Now we're coming back to you, Maike. I have a question about the direction of the SAE initiative. What's the key aim of the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, and how did you succeed supporting this?
Mm-hmm. So key aims, as said, this is really about supporting startups, SMEs and mid-caps in their digital transformation and building this overall network. And of course, with limited funding, such an initiative cannot digitize all SMEs across Europe. This is clear. So it was not really to go to each and every SME to accompany them on their digital journey. It was more, for me, always a model thing. So we were the model on how can things work. And we tested all of this. And in fact, the EC always challenged us a little bit more in each of those stages. Like, we began creating such digital innovation hubs. What are the services? How can they work with a SME in their neighborhood? This then was like, well, and how can such DIH be networked within a project, but also across projects? This is where the CSA helped. And how can maybe even a digital innovation hub work with an SME in another country? So kind of we broadened this all up. And in the end, it was not only collaborating within the SAE initiative, but how can this link into the national regional initiatives to really broaden this all out? And I think our contribution there was really to testing all of that, to say what will work, what won't work, like also to learn from that. And another thing I must say, as you already stated, we raised a lot of interest in the SMEs. So in the beginning, of course, this was not yet well known, but towards the end, those instruments were so appreciated that they were well oversubscribed. So towards the end, the SMEs were really, really interested in getting that support, not only the funding, but also like all the expertise and testing facilities that they got there. And maybe one last thing that I would say was really relevant also for the success of this is collaboration. Collaboration within the initiative, but also with the other related initiatives. So we have quite a lot initiatives, a very close one, the I4MS, which is here today as well online, and the DNet and other initiatives which we have collaborated very closely with to kind of speak with one voice. And I think that was also a very important thing to have.
Okay, thank you, Maike. My next question is for you, Rainer. You were the coordinator of Smart4Europe 1. You were also active in the first phase innovation actions. You are active in regional and various Digi hubs in Baden-Württemberg, and you're also the coordinator of an EDIH candidate in Baden-Württemberg. My question is, how does all of this link together?
Well, it was not only me, there's a team behind. Or next to me. As I said, we started in 2015 with an innovation action. And as the Commission asked us to cooperate, we started this cooperation. So we did some CSA work already before a CSA call was there. And quite naturally, for the first call, we then formed a consortium. And the core of this consortium were the coordinators of the Running for Innovation Actions. Well, the Baden-Württemberg DG hubs, they came somehow in between. They offered us the possibility to do more work and to focus on the region. And this was a learning from the innovation action that it's not easy with SMEs to go beyond borders. But if you have good relationship with a regional SME and you know the RTOs from other countries, it's quite easy to make these links. And finally, the aided candidate, well, our candidate is essentially also based on these two regional hubs, which were or are funded by Baden-Württemberg. This would, if it would be successful, close the loop again towards Europe.
Thank you, Rainer, for the explanation. Now I have a last question for you, Maike, about the pandemic situation. Also, during the whole lifetime of Smart4Europe 2, you were facing the COVID-19 conditions. And my question is, how did you cope with this?
Yes. So all of these projects are really collaborative projects. So of course, the COVID did a real difference to how we worked before, let's put it like that. So we were still lucky, as you saw. The consortium could come together in the very beginning, and we were also lucky that they knew each other already. So there was a lot of trust already built with the overall ecosystem, SAE ecosystem, as we were in there. But shortly after the kickoff, yes, everything changed. So we kind of also, as a project, did our own digital transformation in a way. We had to find digital tools. We had to kind of see how collaboration would still work, how we would still be able to form that community and extend that community. And also the outer world, of course, everything changed, like work, life, business, everything was changing. And but I must then also say, although it was, of course, very bad for the face-to-face events and for really coming together, it also gave us a lot of learning. So we had tested a lot of tools, we used a lot of tools. We then learned how to really digitally interact much more. And I think these learnings will stay. So I think that even after the project end and the pandemic will end, things will still be there which we have learned and which we will use afterwards. And maybe another point on that, as our theme is mainly digitization, so this is the main topic there. Of course, the world became much more aware how key that is. And as we're accompanying SMEs in the digital transformation, and sometimes they're a little bit more change resistant maybe, I think it was kind of also an eye-opener for them, and they opened up their minds a little bit more towards digitization as such. So it gave it a little push. Although we are really coming back to face and meeting in person, of course, is what we want. So it's just been a learning too.
Thank you, Maike. I can totally agree that we did a big step in terms of digitalization through the pandemic. And yeah, this was my last question now. Now I would like to say thank you to you, Maike, and to you, Rainer, for answering my questions. And now I will hand over to Maike, and you will introduce Annemarie Sassen from the European Commission.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, Patrick, also Rainer, for this. You're going to stay here. Yes, so the next thing is going really to Europe, to the core of it, so to the European Commission. And here we will have a presentation on what will be next. And this will be given by Annemarie Sassen, and I'm really warmly welcoming Annemarie Sassen here. She is the acting head of Unit 4A4, so of DG Connect, digital transformation of industrial ecosystems. But I think she has been so involved in the really conception and strategy of the DIH and EDIH concept. She became, in a way, for me and for other people, to the face of this initiative, of I from S, but also of the SAE Initiative. And Maybe also because she was the project officer of one of my first projects, which was CPSE Labs, and was led by Fortis. But also in Smart4Europe 1 and Smart4Europe 2, she was always there to help us, to give presentations whenever we needed her. She was even saying, can people still hear me? And I say, yes, they can still hear you. So she was really always there to present the strategy, to be with us, to interact with us. And like coming to the end of those projects now, this is also a big thanks to you for that availability and readiness to do so. And yes, you can still, of course, give a lot of input to the overall ecosystem, and we have many DRHs and EDRHs listening today. And this is why, yes, I will give the stage to you with a really very warm welcome and a very warm thank you from my side. So stage is yours. You can, I think, have shared maybe your presentation already or are about to share it right now. I can see it coming up. And yes, then we will hear a little bit on really what's coming next in terms of DIH and EDIH. Maybe just as long as you're opening the presentation, just to say EDIHs will be in the Digital Europe program, and then there will be the DIHs still also in the Horizon program, which will continue as IFORM-S 2.0. So I'm not sure if people can see the presentation already or not. So I think it's still about to open.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, so I opened it already, but
very good.
Definitely not good. So
no, everything is fine. Thank you. You can start, I think.
Okay. Good.
Yes, great.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Meike, for your introduction. So I want to also thank you and Reinhard very much for all the work that you have also done to build up this Smart Anything Everywhere community. I still remember very well our first meeting in Grenoble. Well, Reinhard said it was 7 years ago. It was a very nice meeting where, well, also we had a little thing that I always remember in the metro. We were with the project officers of the European Commission. We were in the metro, and then somebody started talking to us, and he asked, "Are you traveling to the moon?" Which was a bit strange. We were not traveling to the moon, of course, but you know, thinking back, I think, well, maybe we did travel to the moon with this initiative and with IFORM-S, because indeed it has really picked up interest a lot everywhere in Europe. And we are now about to start a very big initiative on the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which is, as you said, Meike, very much based on all the experience and all the learnings that you have done. And so I am also very grateful to you to have put so much effort into this, and not only to you two, but to the whole community, to put so much effort into this and to make this a successful concept. So I want to now explain you then what is next, and also how we see that the results of Smart Anything Everywhere, but of course that also counts for IFORM-S and other initiatives in this type of projects, how we can fully reuse that in the next steps. Go to the next slide. So first of all, I want to repeat what the merit was of your initiative. And then I want to explain a bit how the network of European Digital Innovation Hubs will support further the digital transformation of companies, but also of the public sector, and then how the results of your network can be taken up by the network of European Digital Innovation Hubs. So if I looked yesterday at your website and I made some screenshots to say the different types of results which you have achieved, then I think the most important one is if you look at the map and we see all the organizations or all the, let's call it, digital innovation hubs involved in the Smart Anything Everywhere projects. And what we see is that it's really spread well all over Europe. Whereas in the beginning, 7 years ago, we were not all over Europe. We were only, at the center of Europe. We didn't reach out to all the edges. But here on this map, we see that that is one of the achievements. And I think that's a very important structural achievement that companies all over Europe, everywhere, that's the everywhere of Smart Anything Everywhere, have learned how to make use of the knowledge of technology transfer centers and how to think about how they could innovate their products by using digital technologies. And so this has been essential also for the whole network of European digital innovation hubs, where we want to have around 200 European digital innovation hubs located geographically over Europe. And the fact that organizations have already worked together in the context of Smart Anything Everywhere, and also I4MS, of course, has supported that process a lot. Then the second result of you, it are the success stories. And the success stories are really a source of inspiration of all the things you can do with digital technologies, how you can innovate products and services. And I'm sure today we will hear many of those, but I think those are examples that also other SMEs can get inspiration from and think about how they want to also innovate the products that they have. So, and this also has learned, of course, has taught all the digital innovation hubs what is it that companies need? What type of services do they need? What are they most interested in? How can we work with them? And so this has also been, of course, very important learning for every European digital innovation hub that we have in the end. And then there is the support offered through the CSA. So this, indeed, not every digital innovation hub can do everything alone, or it also doesn't make sense that they do everything alone, because it would just be too much overhead. So we also need a central support service that makes the life of every European digital innovation hub easier. And so on the bottom, there are the services that you offer, like the marketplace and technology brokerage. You have also developed technology radar, trainings. And also, I think that is also very essential and a good result of Smart Anything Everywhere, the link with investors. Because all these companies that have developed new products, they would, if they want to scale up this product, if they want to continue its development, they would also need more finance. And maybe some of these ideas are so innovative and new that there are also investors who would be really interested in investing in these products further. So it's important that between the digital innovation hubs and the investors, there is a good link, so that digital innovation hubs can spot good opportunities for investors, and that then investors can come and look and see whether they want to invest in this further. The other way around, the digital innovation hub can then also support the SME or the startup who, how to pitch, how to sell their product to the investors. So here, digital innovation hubs, they should not become investors themselves, because they are more the technology providers, or they support on the technology and on the innovation side, but they should really form a link between investor communities and the companies which are innovating and which would need additional investments to grow and scale further. And I think you've also done there very essential work, which will stay hopefully also in the network of European digital innovation hubs. So your work has really been the basis of what we then asked in the Digital Europe program. And it's important to realize for everybody that in the Digital Europe program, where we will fund the European Digital Innovation Hub, we will go to a different scheme than what we've done in Horizon 2020, which was the funding source of Smart Anything Everywhere. So in Horizon 2020, we supported innovation action projects, and who would consist usually of technology transfer organizations who would develop together an offer, and then they would have open calls and cascading funding to let SMEs experiment with the technologies that they had on offer to develop new products and services. So the cascading funding was an important model to engage SMEs. But now in the next phase, in the European Digital Innovation Hub, we will no longer use that scheme. What we will do is that we will invest in the capacity of the European Digital Innovation Hub. So every European Digital Innovation Hub, they will get a grant. They then get a grant to invest in their own capacity in terms of hardware and software that they need to support companies, but also in terms of personnel that they need to provide services, to reach out to SMEs, to try to engage them, and then to support them with experimentation and testing of technology. So there will be no funding of the SMEs, but the SMEs, they will get services for free or for a reduced price. That would be the decision of the Digital Innovation Hub. And so we go to a different scheme, and this will really allow also to scale up the whole working and to be able to help more SMEs. So, and we now also have a different selection scheme, and that is that we have a two-step selection process where first it are the member states who have pre-selected candidate entities, and now the European Commission will select from those pre-selected candidate entities the initial network of European digital innovation hubs. So that is also different, and we are co-investing together with the member states in these hubs. And very often also regions are interested, and they are also investing in these hubs. So what we really see is a join up of resources at the regional level, at the national level, and at the European level to try to build hubs that are strong structures that will have a long-lasting existence, that are really there in the regions and where policymakers can count on to support the digital transformation of the economy there. So if I go to the next slide. So we will have this network of 200 European digital innovation hubs, and they will have then this local focus where they have chosen a specialization which is relevant for the local economy. They are building on local available strengths. And then they also speak the language, of course, of that local community, and they are nearby every company. That's very important, that they're able to reach out, because non-digitalized companies, they will not find you so easy on the internet as some digitalized companies would. So this presence, that is something very important. Then it should build local ecosystems of users and suppliers, because that will develop the local economy further. And so it should not always only be a hub supporting one company, but the hub should also act whenever it's possible as an intermediary, and also try to let local supplier type of companies like startups work with user companies, and that they can experiment and test together. And that will have advantage for both, and it will strengthen really the local economy. So there is this local working, and then there's the European networking, which is also very important. And that is, first of all, that you can share best practices with other hubs who are working in the same domain or who are facing similar challenges. And that's very helpful to quickly become better at what you're doing. And then it's also possible to connect your local SMEs that have developed something, very useful, which could also be used in other parts of Europe, you can connect them then through the network of the hub to other SMEs who could use such products, or the other way around, and that then will connect. That will create new European value chains. And then a third advantage that all these hubs will have is that they will be the ones who should spread all the digital capacities that we are building up in Digital Europe program in the area of high performance computing, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. They should disseminate that to the local community. And also that will bring additional advantages for hubs, because they will get access to all that knowledge and all those resources, and then they can, for those SMEs who could benefit from that, teach them how to use it and be involved in that development. So with these 200 European Digital Innovation Hubs, that is our main instrument to reach the goals of the 2030 Digital Compass. So this is a vision or a target where the European Union should be in 2030 regarding digitalization. And we use there the metaphor of a compass. And one of the cardinal points is the uptake of digital technologies by businesses. And you see it here in the third place. And by 2030, companies should really use a lot more the cloud, big data, artificial intelligence. And 90% of all SMEs should at least have a basic level of digital intensity. So these are very ambitious targets, and the network of European Digital Innovation Hub is our main instrument to achieve those targets. So there is a big task to do for the hubs. And now finally my last part, and that is then how we see that we can reuse first of all, the results of Smart Anything Everywhere. So first of all, of course, I hope that many of you will be part of the candidate European Digital Innovation Hubs, and that you can apply to become a European Digital Innovation Hubs. And so we hope that in your area, you are part of the candidate European Digital Innovation Hubs. And then, since all these European Digital Innovation Hubs should network, we believe that the connections and the trust that you have already built and you're working together in the innovation actions will also already give you a reason why you can collaborate with some of the other European Digital Innovation Hubs. Because you already have links, and that the offerings that you have developed during Smart Anything Everywhere, you can continue to offer together with some of the other European Digital Innovation Hubs, each to their own customers, for instance. So that is a very important reuse. And then if we look at your services, which you have developed during the individual help of some SMEs, the success stories, and what you have developed in the CSA. There, of course, some of these services will be taken up in the individual European Digital Innovation Hubs, and some of the services, I hope, will also be taken up by the support action that we will have for the whole network of European Digital Innovation Hubs, the Digital Transformation Accelerator. And so I also want to encourage some of you who would like to continue to support to also look at the tender specifications, which are not yet out, but which hopefully will soon be out. And hopefully you would like to form a consortium there also to apply and to get your learnings also to this Digital Transformation Accelerator. So just to end the timeline for the selection, so our call is now open. The deadline for submission is the 22nd of February. We will then evaluate the proposals, and by the end of May, we hope to inform you about the outcomes of the evaluation. And by that time, you will then know quite sure, then you will have to conclude a grant agreement with us. But at that time, you can already be quite sure that you will be one of the European digital innovation hubs. So this is the first call for the ones who failed, and we would still have gaps in the network. So in a country, we have not yet spent all the budget for that country, and we could have an additional hub. Then the ones who failed here in this first call, they can have a second chance to apply for this specific gaps. And then we would have a third call, but that would only be in case we still have gaps in the network. But if everything goes right, we would not need the third call. But that would be a fully open call. But we hope we can build the network out of the pre-selected candidate entities, mostly through call one. All the ones that we can fund there, we will try to fund. And then in the second call, that would be like a re-examination for some of you. Here is some documentation available. And then I just want to repeat to everybody involved in Smart Anything Everywhere. Thank you very much for everything that you've done, for also sharing all your learnings with us. Being so enthusiastic. I think you have really built up a valuable network of innovators and organizations supporting them. We have really spread out all over Europe. I think that's also a major achievement. You've produced very innovative and valuable innovations from your specific technologies, advanced computing and sensors, Internet of Things type of applications. And I hope that you will be part of the network in the future, and that then will lead to more smart products and services everywhere and anywhere. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. So thanks a lot for that, again, very, very comprehensive presentation. Also, yes, all of us want to stay in that network. I think all the consortium, we're kind of linked to EDIHs and to some future activities. So everybody is a really big fan of that initiative, and we want to stay. A few questions now to you. So first question that also Patrick posed to me. Would you have thought that, like 7 years ago, looking back, would you have thought that initiative would develop as it has? So did you have a hint or?
No. I also hadn't thought that. Yes. So it's amazing. When we started, of course, it was more known only in Horizon, and so it was still considered to be more research. But then when we had proposed the Digital Europe program, and we started to discuss it in the European Council and with the countries, they immediately then showed a lot of interest in it. And I think that really made the difference, that now we have this selection process where countries pre-select, and then the Commission checks the quality. It really gave a great involvement. But of course, if Smart Anything Everywhere and I4MS wouldn't have been there, then the countries wouldn't have already people in their country saying, but we are interested in this is nice. So it all comes together. But I think this Digital Europe program, to make it a structural thing and not something which is only funded by projects where there is a highly competitive call, and maybe even if you're doing something good, next time you are not selected. I think that will make all the difference to make it a sustainable and long-lasting effort.
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of sustainability and having rather infrastructures than projects which come and end in a much shorter time frame, yeah, very much. Maybe another question, what do you think are the challenges and the success factors of that vision? So where do you see, well, this can become challenging maybe, but where would you say also to the audience, being maybe a lot of EDH candidates, which are the successful factors? What should they really do to have a good chance to be successful?
Well, I want to say that every European Digital Innovation Hub should also develop their own entrepreneurship. So now many questions are asked to me, like, should I do this or should I do that? And then they want to know the answer of me because, people are insecure about to write their proposal. But I think that the real success will come with the entrepreneurship of every European Digital Innovation Hub. So you know your context and you know what the companies need. And so I would say that the real success is by listening to the organizations that you support, trying to adapt your service to them, and really make it happen on the ground. That's if we are able to do that, if each of the 200 European Digital Innovation Hubs is possible to get the most out of what they can do locally, I think then together it will be an enormous success. So then learning from each other will be important, of course. And also, if you are not able to support one company because you don't have the right knowledge, send them to another one and don't try to keep every customer for yourself. Those are the factors of success. But I think with the support of the Digital Transformation Accelerator, there will be also lots of opportunities to learn how to do it and to continuously improve yourself.
Very good. Thank you very much. So focus on the own ecosystem, nevertheless connect and share and learn from each other. Very good. So a very last but totally different question. So we are seeing now and witnessing the EU programs are becoming greener and greener. So it's going into the very green direction. We also have this upcoming I4S 2.0 call, which is not only now in digitization, but sustainable or green digitization. And I just wanted to know, is that also the case in the EDIH network? Or maybe you can explain a little bit the role of the green in the EDIH network too?
Yes, that's certainly also the case in the network of European Digital Innovation Hubs. So we all know that digital can also create a lot of waste. It can make the energy cost much higher. So there are also negative effects of digitalization. And of course, we need to reach the goals of the Green Deal. And therefore, every European Digital Innovation Hub is also asked to have awareness about, what are the, let's say, the carbonization costs related to using digital technologies and to choose for options which would diminish those costs. And it is also reflected in the digital maturity assessment tool that every European Digital Innovation Hub needs to use. There are also questions around green digital transition. And so every hub should make sure that the consumption of digital itself would be kept minimal. And on the other hand, they can also look, of course, how can digital support more circular production or other types of manufacturing, which will help us to use less resources and to reach the Green Deal.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Anne-Marie. So I think we are closing here with that question. It was very informative, very comprehensive. I think people could learn a lot. And thank you very much also for pointing out that we as SAE and I4S have helped this whole process. We really, are very happy to have been in there. And hopefully we will meet again soon, everybody in person again. So thank you very much. And with this, I would like to switch also in moderation. So I will introduce Julia Koch. She's sitting next to me. So Julia is also from Hahn Schickard, but she's also part of the Smart4Europe 2 consortium. There she's the dissemination manager main organizer of this event, so a hard day for her today. And she will nevertheless also be the moderator within this event for the next session. So word is yours.
Thank you, Maike. Thank you very
you.
much. Yes, we've heard so many interesting words so far from Anne-Marie Sassen, but also from Ms. Stocker. And I would like to go on to the next panel now. It's the local heroes, EDIH, or EDIs, as some call them, as connecting points for regions. And now I would like to introduce Frauke Golf from the FZE in Karlsruhe in Germany. Frauke studied technical business administration and graduated from also from University of Stuttgart in advanced manufacturing engineering. She then worked for several companies in the automotive sector and is now head of strategy, innovation and transfer at the FZE Research Center for Information and Technology in Karlsruhe. So a very warm welcome for Frauke, and I'm really looking forward for your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Julia, for the kind introduction. So it's a great pleasure for me to give you a short insight to our activities in the next few moments and to present our Digital Hub Artificial Intelligence Karlsruhe, which is the basis for our EDIH application. So the Digital Hub is coordinated by the DIZ, the Digital Innovation Center, which is a joint initiative from the SAE Research Center of Information Technologies, the Cyber Forum, a large business network, and the KIT, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. As you know, everyone is talking about AI and on different levels. So what is it for us? For us, it is very important to bring AI into real applications and thus generate new businesses and added value to companies and their customers. We are located in Karlsruhe, which has a long tradition in information and communication technologies and is one of the leading IT regions in Europe today. So, as you may know, the first email in Germany received in Karlsruhe in 1984. Today, we have more than 4,400 IT enterprises located in the region. We have more than 10,000 computer science students, 48 AI startups, and 26 R&D facilities. As you can imagine, AI methods have been used in our region in science and companies for more than 3 decades now. So with the technological development, those methods can be used in everyday life now, and therefore our mission is to bring AI methods in technologies into application. We build up a vital community and networking platform to bring different stakeholders together. We offer different possibilities to participate for AI experts, for example, and for the users, of course. And we enlarge our impact through new projects like with our EDIH application. And our concept is that we want to bring together all our partners and competences we have in the field of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in the domains of production, energy, mobility, services, public, and as well as administration. Our activities in the area of the test before invest are structured along the technological readiness level. Thus, you will find our demonstration areas, for example, to get in touch with new technologies and their applications. And we offer, for example, some use cases and checks. To support small and medium-sized enterprises during their first steps with AI and cybersecurity. For experts and companies with more experience, we offer some R&D projects, for example, as well as innovation workshops. Additionally, we bring together our experts from different countries in Europe to exchange and to do innovative research. With our offers in the second pillar, the skills and training, we have, for example, internships, basic courses, and of course, deep dives. And we build up a program for the development and enlargement of digital skills. And in addition to that, of course, we support startups and corporates in the area to find investment. Overall, it is very important for us to enlarge and strengthen our innovation ecosystem on regional, national, and international level through networking possibilities and events. And now I will give you some highlights so that you can get a better feeling of what we are doing and what we want to work with you, for example. So in the field of research, development, and demonstration and training, for example, you will find our SAE House of Living Labs, which is an innovative interdisciplinary research and development environment, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises on over 2,000 square meters. And there you will find on 2 floors 8 living labs and several real-life scenarios in the fields of applied artificial intelligence, intelligent transportation systems, safety, security, and the law, as well as in critical infrastructures, for example. Additionally, we also have a testing area, for example, of autonomous driving under real conditions in Karlsruhe. And in total, we are involved in more than 180 regional, national, and European projects. You will find at this part also, for example, the Cyber Lab, a real startup community in a network of over 1,200 companies, mentoring by experienced entrepreneurs, personal coaching, for example, a joint startup workspace in a castle with a brewery, and 23 years of experience in the in one of the best IT and startup environments in Germany. So the accelerator program is an intensive training for startups with a focus on IT, artificial intelligence, IT security, and smart production. Very important for us is to work together with our partners. And therefore, we have strong bilateral partnerships, for example, or we are partner in joint initiatives like the AI Regio or connected to SAE, for example. And additionally, we want to bring together partners of special interest, like in the IT security region Karlsruhe, where we bundle the competencies and the activities to reach more visibility. And last but not least, as I mentioned before, the ecosystem is very important for us. And so we do a lot of events together with our partners. For example, as you can see here, the AIXIA, which is our German-French AI conference we built up and which took place 2 weeks ago for the 3rd time now. And we built it up with our partner, the Hub France AI. Additionally, we had in 2021 a German-French project funded by the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Labor and Tourism Baden-Württemberg to strengthen our cooperations with French partners from different countries, from different regions, and to get more in touch with each other. So this all is the perfect basis for us, for our EDH application. And we really look forward to get in touch with you, for example. And it would be a great pleasure. So if you think that we can contribute to your activities, or if you think that it would be great to get in touch with us, feel free to contact us. We are really looking forward to get in exchange.
Thank you very much, Frauke. That was really, really interesting, and especially for me, because we met the last time in Stuttgart, so personally at the
Right.
DIH Day 2018, and now only online. But it's interesting to see how all involved. So, what I would like to know from you, so or in your opinion, which potential could the EDI8, especially for the regional, but also for the European development, do?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So, in my opinion, the EDH have great impact on the regional level as well as on the European one. So, as I highlighted, there is the EDH application goes perfectly in line with our activities we have in the region. So we can strengthen our activities through this, and we can have a basis for our activities and for our partners to develop our skills and competencies and to bring the digital skills more in the region and to the small and medium-sized enterprises. This is one aspect. But the other aspect is the network. And I think this is a really large possibility for us because we can share our competencies through the network on the European level, and we can get in touch with each other so we can foster the regional development in other regions as well through sharing of our competencies, for example, for bringing together our skills and to offer our skills to other regions that may need those skills and to get other competencies we don't have with us. So we can really support each other and build up a really good European network and strengthen the regional development as well.
Thank you very much, Frauke. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Rainer Günzler from Hans Schickert, so my boss and who brought me to the business development in Hans Schickert and taught me how important international cooperation is. So really warm welcome, Rainer. Rainer studied physics in Heidelberg and joined Hans Schickert in the early 90s, so worked for several years there. And then shortly joined the European Commission in Brussels for several years before coming back to Villingen and working for Hans Schickert again. So he has a really broad experience, not only on the project side, but only on the Commission side. And we can also learn from your experience there. So he was involved in several European projects, to name only some, coordinator of the Smarter SI Innovation Action, coordinator of the CSA Smart4Europe 1, and now so we're dissemination partner, work package leader in Smart4Europe 2. So very warm welcome, Rainer, and looking forward for the EDIH Southwest presentation.
Thanks, Julia. Well, I was in a lucky position that I could see all the other presentations up front, so I kept mine really short, so we can also save some time. Because actually, all the EADH candidates, they work on a very similar, on similar things. So I don't want to repeat this. Frauke had also already put emphasis on the collaboration and on the network, which indeed is an important aspect. Our candidate is based on two hub projects from Baden-Württemberg, namely the Digital Mountains and the Digital and the DigiHub Südbaden. We have a lot of partners, 14, plus some 10 associated partners. There are 4 universities and 3 RTOs involved in this partnership, so a very big one. And this is why we cover somehow all the key digital technologies. But we will put some focus, which is still under discussion, but most probably it will be on health plus 1 or 2 other areas. Well, that's it already. I said I will keep it short. We are also open to cooperation, of course. Well, that's the basic thing in this ED network, the collaboration.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, you have a really broad experience. So what, in your opinion, are the biggest challenges for SMEs when it comes to digitization or to upgrade their products and services to the digital age?
Well, that's a hard question. There are a lot of
or maybe
hurdles.
Just the most important ones.
I think, from my point of view, most important is that the people are open to collaboration. We have a lot of SMEs which are not very open to collaboration. And the next step then is to go towards Europe, which is another big step for them. But I think experience already in the past projects have shown that we can do that. It doesn't come alone. You have to do that, and you have to support the SME. But we had a lot of cases where we had really good success in that. But you have to be, well, it doesn't come from alone, and it doesn't come next day. It takes quite some time. Yeah, more time than we would expect upfront.
That's right. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, now we're jumping from Germany to the beautiful country of Italy, and it's my pleasure to welcome Maria Rossetti, Project Manager at MADE Competence Center and also Project Manager of the EDIH Lombardia. She manages EU R&I projects for 7 years, so has also really broad experience there. And we talked before, so it's all about also on the personal level. So she holds a bachelor degree in international relationship, and she loves running, rock live music, and swimming in the sea. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation, Maria. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi, everyone, and thanks a lot for the invitation to the interesting events and for the opportunities. I hope that you can see the screen now.
Yes,
and you can hear me.
Thank you.
So first of all, indeed, I'm pleased and honored to coordinate one of Lombardy region's EDIH proposals, which is EDIH Lombardia, which mission is indeed to lead the digital and sustainable transformation of manufacturing industries, which is our core focus expertise. As you can see here, our unique selling point is indeed the fact that we try to build a consortium and a partnership in order to answer both to the need of capillarity and ensuring a presence on our territory in order to be ready to answer to the need in a fast way, to the adapting and evolving, and in an agile way as well to the evolving and needs of SMEs, but as well to provide a link to our EU territories with that actually already match with Lombardy's companies. We have 15 partners, including one competence center that's leading with MADE, one digital innovation hub, 4 industry association, regional technology clusters, as well as 2 financial institutes in order to boost and ensure the market transfer and as it was said before in the previous session, the contacts with investors and with venture and money in order to capitalize and make the digitization concrete. And we have also inside our consortia some nodes from the EIT networks as well as the Enterprise Europe networks, which will allow to develop some complementary services, as you will see afterwards. As I was saying before, we have a very strong connection with our territories, but as well we do represent more than 220,000 manufacturing companies, representing more than 20% of the Italian GDP, and this is the reason why we have a wide coverage of the manufacturing industry's value chain. Here is an example on how we would like to implement the concept of EDIH through existing and strong infrastructure, because indeed we have made a huge lab, which is 2,000 meter squares, able to simulate in a modular way 6 processes of the manufacturing product life cycle, starting from the virtual design, arriving to the end of life product management. As you can see here, the green transition is also a very, very important issue for us, as we do include also a specific area regarding the smart monitoring and the energy efficiency approach, as well as the virtual design, where, just to make an example, we have already implemented some concept of design for recyclability and sustainability by design, thanks to our 3D design cave. And most important, all these areas are equipped with 20 technologies use case, which that we give to the companies and are open to the companies in order to already implement some test before invest activities. Just to make an example, with some people that you will hear after me, we are already implementing the concept of test before invest through the digital twin, because thanks to a cascade funding coming indeed from the SAE network, and SMEs is testing for the first time the potentiality of and the opportunities of digital twin in our lab. I will go very briefly here, because actually our strength, as I was saying, is the focus on manufacturing. And we mapped, as you will see afterwards, our strengths and our opportunity basing on actually local expertise and local specialization. In order to enhance also cooperation with regional funds, we are very straightforward and complement the smart specialization of Lombardy, as well as of the most important manufacturing EU regions, allowing to implement in a horizontal ways all the technologies, all the technology drivers of the Digital Europe program. I would like to stress a point that was perfectly explained by the persons who talked before me. The matching of competence, skills, and enterprise is indeed our strength, because I think that we succeeded, or at least we are trying to build a strong network among territories, companies, university, and especially peoples, basing on matching need and specialization. So we are not reinventing the wheel, but rather enhance and connect the opportunities and what already is existing. And this is, I think, the most important, the added value, in my personal opinion, of the EDIH. Here you can see an example of how we would like to implement our concept. So we will build, of course, a modular approach basing on SMEs needs. That means that in the proposal phase, we are trying to inspire and try to build some modular customer journey approach that we are learning also from other EU projects, such as the AI regions ones, in order to develop a modular portfolio for the companies, and be ready to answer to against the evolving needs of SMEs, because in our humble opinion, the most, in order to be ready to get in contact with SMEs, EDIH must have an agile and fast management. So don't think about these services as closed building blocks, but better as a sort of puzzle that needs to be adapted and created around the needs of the single SMEs. Of course, we are well equipped, as you've seen before, to create the test before invest, starting from awareness raising and the assessment of the maturity level of each companies, in order to complement as well the education part, the skills and training, the access to R&D funds, including both innovations and venture capital. And finally, something that personally I think is the real engine of this service is the networking and the ecosystem, because indeed the teams wins. And finally, to make a long story short, I'm happy to say that we are already leading an informal network of EDIH, which actually represents the most manufacturing EU networks. And we are already cooperating in and represent more than 10 EU networks and EU projects. And I am happy to say that in conclusion, that here you can already see an example of cooperation, because together with InnoMind, we discovered, I think last week, that we have been matched as a matter, and let's develop the DIH inside the Bowie network, which is one of the SAE projects. So we are already ready to leverage and take the opportunities of these networks, of results of SAE networks. So I hope I didn't go too long, but that's it on my side.
Thank you, Maria. That was really interesting. And I mean, Italy is always worth a trip, and I hopefully will be able to meet you somewhere in Lombardia and see that digital factory myself, because that's really, really interesting. And it's also great to hear that you're already working together with Gabor, who will be my speaker after the next one. So it's that you already have a cooperation. But first of all, let me ask you another question. So what's the value proposition of EDI Lombardia? Oh, I think you're muted. Sorry.
Apologies.
Yep,
I think that it's definitely connecting the dots to lead the digital and green transformation of small manufacturing companies. And I would just like to stress the fact of connecting the dots, because again, we are not reinventing the wheel. We are not inside in innovation projects, but the real strengths and the success of EDIH Lombardia, and I guess of the overall EDI, will be to networks and working team work closer together to complement technical expertise, soft skills, specialization, and labs. I would say that in a few words, this is the value proposition which we would like to leverage also at the EU level.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was really interesting. Thanks a lot. So my next panelist is unfortunately not able to connect live here, so we have recorded his presentation and also my question afterwards, but let me introduce him first. It's Bastian Hualpa. He says of himself that he has a passion for international cooperation, which I really like that sentence. So he's project manager within the digital cluster Minalogic, which is based in France, in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. And he's also representing the EDIH candidate Mina Smart. And now, we're looking forward to his pitch here that was recorded. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bastian Hualpa. I'm delighted today to introduce you to the European Digital Innovation Hub called Mina Smart in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, which is bringing together key technology and application domains. But please, first, let me start with the beginning, with the genesis. We are pretty rich in our regions. We are an European leading innovation regions, and we're the first industrial region in France. We do have around 70,000 jobs in the digital sectors, more than 4,000 digital sector companies, and more than 30,000 industrial companies. Minalogic, which is the digital cluster based in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, has the ambition and has the labor to support the full ecosystems. We have, of course, companies, small, medium enterprises, and also large companies. We also have financial establishments as banks that can also provide support to the companies to have access to funds. We have local authorities, as might be the regions, but also cities and municipalities. And we have also the main research and technology organizations in the region. So Mina Smart is the orchestrator of the digital evolution at the regional level. We're bringing together all the main key stakeholders, as can be on the research side, research organizations, on education, university, and schools, but also private as industrials. And this is our main ambition, is to support the companies in their digital transformation. That can be both traditional companies that need support to launch the digital transformations, but also tech companies who have the right expertise and now have to scale up. Our specializations is to diffuse the digital transformations into the application domains, to innovate in products, process, and services. Our region hosts the world-leading research centers and technology providers. In that sense, we're targeting the key technologies as AI, HPC, and cybersecurity. And to make the link, we are also including the several physical systems. But also bear in mind that we're having this green touch, this green glow that enrobes both the green and the digital transition, which is called twin transition. Mina's main ambitions, as I was saying, is to digitalize, but digitalize in specific application domains. So with the support of our cluster's fellow colleagues, we are targeting energy with the cluster Tenardis, health with the cluster Lyon Biopole, transportation and smart mobility with the cluster Cara, the chemistry and environment with the cluster Accelera, agri-tech and food tech with the clusters VG Police Valley and Evo Alliance, and textile with Tectera. But our ecosystem, it's a little wider. We do have our core partners, as I was saying. We have the digital clusters. We are Minalogic, Digital League, and Lene. But we also have, as I was saying, the sectorial clusters, Accelera, Lyon Biopole, and so on. And we have the two main research centers, we are the SEVA and ENRIA. That allows us to answer to the requests of the European Commissions on different aspects. First, providing this test before invest, and with the support of the RTOs, we're able to do that. But we're also building up common activities with the sectorial clusters. For instance, we have launched the Accelera Digital Club, which support the companies to have access to digital technologies, but also having information and having access to investment through business angels in different clubs. So this is the object that we have in how to build up both the technology sides with application sides. And of course, we have this first circle of partners, can be accelerators, business support offices, incubators, schools, and different partners are here also to contribute to the digital transformation of the region and the companies. But our collaboration goes beyond the regional level. It goes to the European level. So we're also building up, with the support of different networks, our EDIH expertise. As you can see, Silicon Europe Alliance, DNet, Silicon Smart Anything Everywhere are different initiatives that you may be aware of and that be supporting our endeavor. So I'm also taking this opportunity to be thankful and to open to any discussion or collaboration proposals that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bastien. That was a really impressive presentation. I really enjoyed it. So you're involved in so many European projects, be it clusters, innovation action, or also coordination support action. How does that experience help you to address the EDIH approach?
Well, it has been a very, very rich experience. I will maybe go back to this slide because it has been pretty critical to be involved in different European projects and networks. Here you have some examples. Silicon Europe Alliance, it's an alliance of 11 key clusters in digital that have been working together with the same objectives. And we have been able through this alliance to exchange and to support each other in this EDIH endeavor. But I'm also very thankful with the DNet, for instance, the DNet network, which support to build up the capacity of the different operational DIH, but also the candidates to understand what are the expectations of the European Commissions. They have provided different support, sandboxes, meetings, tools, and this has been really helpful. Smart Anything Everywhere, in fact, so we have been involved in several projects in Smart Anything Everywhere, and as some of you might know, have been included, the DIH process have been included in this project. I would like to mention DigiFed and Smarties, which are currently running. We have been able to exchange with different partners on how to build up these European digital innovation hubs to learn to each other. We have been exchanging best practices, services that are being efficient to support the companies, like open innovation, something that we have been deploying with DigiFed with the so-called digital challenge. But also other approach like the generic experiments, which is to create a community of companies around technologies coming mostly from RTOs, and to build up and to look for use cases to innovate. So these have been different experiences that have been very helpful. But we also have been very helpful. They have been developed a heat map, but also this peer learning scheme that when you have a high innovator regions working with a less innovative regions to learn to each other also. Sten to Twins have been very specific into a technology, but I also have been have allowed us to broaden up our ecosystem. So it has been really helpful to have the support of the different partners and to be involved in this project. And we hope that through the digital program and upcoming Horizon Europe project, we'll be able to continue with this nice endeavor.
Thank you very much. I think it's the best conditions, for a successful EDIH. Thank you very much, and yes, it was really interesting. So thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you, Julia.
Yeah, that was the recording of Bastian Hualpa's presentation. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Gabor. Gabor is living in one of my favorite cities in the whole Europe, in Budapest, Hungary. And he's also a senior when it comes to experience. So he has 20 plus years of experience in working with innovation ecosystems. And he is currently leading one in Hungary specialized in smart manufacturing. So very warm welcome to Gabor. And as we're running a little bit out of time and I don't want to shorten your coffee break, your well-deserved coffee break too much, then can you please keep it really to the 5 minutes? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Julia. And I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Perfectly, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation to share our experience. And we are Innomine, a digital innovation hub in Hungary. We do have 2 access points, one in Budapest and one in southern Hungary in Pécs, which is actually our official headquarters. And as Julia mentioned, we focus on digital innovation and on smart manufacturing. At the moment, we do work with more than 200 SMEs on a one-on-one basis, but our ecosystem goes much beyond that number. The 200 is only the number where we do have really one-on-one experience and some common projects. In Hungary, we do have a broad stakeholder network. For example, we are member of the Industry 4.0 platform, actually a funding member, where I lead the innovation working group, for example. This is the IPAR 4.0 in this slide. And we are also a member of the ICT Association of Hungary, where I do lead the SME section. And on top of that, we are member of clusters and work a lot with universities, research institutes from Hungary and also beyond that. And in our DIA journey, our history goes back to 2016, where we started to prepare with Fraunhofer from Germany, the cloud factoring project. We are part of that one. And after submitting the proposal and having succeeded with that, in 2017, we started the implementation. And that was the first project where we were able to also execute on the DIH theory and start utilizing our services on test before invest, on skills and training, support to find investment, and also on the ecosystem and the networking area to implement. In 2008, we were selected by the Smart Factories for the new EU member states program, and became one of the IAGs from the Eastern European countries, which were identified that has a high scaling potential. And we got a 1-year mentoring in 2018 within that program, which was really helpful to learn about the DIH service portfolio, to improve our international network and really not reinvent the wheel, as we heard also in the previous presentation, but to learn from others. And then in 2019 and 20, we've got part of DIH for CPS project, and then in last year, the Digit Brain, where we also have a very good cooperation with Maria on one of the experiments, which is currently going on. And this year, we were from September, we started the implementation of the BOVI project at our end, which is a great opportunity for us to learn from other more advanced DIAGs. Cooperation was always a key cornerstone of our DIH. Through these European projects and through other initiatives, we are at the moment in connect with more than 50 DIHs from all around Europe. And as such, we are also having a close partnership in Hungary with 9 partners to prepare an EDIH proposal, which is currently going on. And this proposal will aim to build an AI DIH and bring AI expertise and technology towards SMEs in Hungary. And as I mentioned, cooperation is very important for us. And since today we do have a great audience, and many of them are DIHs, I would like to offer one potential opportunity to cooperate on the DIH for CPS project, where we work and are member of the consortia. We look for DIHs to widen the network of the project. And this is an opportunity for DIHs to do more European network and cooperation in the frame of smaller project. And there is also some funding. There is a quite short proposal with a deadline of 13th of December. So this is still, I think, doable. And I do have here the website of the project. So whoever is interested in that, we are happy to provide further information. And that was in a nutshell. I tried to keep it really, really short, and I hope that I'm still in the 5 minutes time limits. And thank you.
Thank you, Gabo. Really, really interesting. And yeah, we have heard so much about the collaboration or cooperation. But what I wonder is, so what is the most important experience or learning that you have gained when you were working with SMEs, or especially regional, local SMEs?
Thank you, Julia, for this question. And the main focus of our DIAG is to really stimulate the SMEs in our regions. And what we have discovered that in most cases, it is not that the SMEs are not aware that digital transformation is something important. They are aware. They do try to innovate, but what they do have is a lack of knowledge and a lack of trusted network in how to really do this and their specific company. And what we aim to do is to remove risk, because at the general level, the SMEs are aware what they should do, but on their specific company level, what kind of action plan do they need, what the priorities should be, what the specific project which they should implement. That's, I think, the key question. And there is one service that we started to introduce. This is what we call innovation on demand. This means that we uncover on a one-on-one basis the innovation need of the SME, and then we try to bring only the specific information, the specific partner to the SMEs to remove the barrier of investing a lot into networking, into uncovering new technological areas, and spending lots of time and money on this kind of preparatory steps.
Yeah, really, really. I saw Maria and also Frauke nodding, so and also Maike. So I think we can all agree on your topics here. And with this, I would like to close this panel here. Thank you so much for your really interesting presentations. It was a great pleasure having you here. And yes, so with this, I would like to say it's time for a short coffee or bio break, as we're running a little bit out of time. So I would say 5 minutes. So we would be back at 12:25, and then we have another really interesting panel, which is on collaboration and why it's so important for all of us. Thank you very much, and we will be back in 5 minutes at 11:25. Thank you. CSA Smart4Europe to transforming SAE results into benefit for the digital innovation hubs. I hope you all enjoyed the coffee break, and I would like now to introduce our next moderator, Sarah Mortimer from Steinbeis Europazentrum. I've known Sarah for many, many years now. She was also involved in the Smart4Europe CSA 1, and now also here in the CSA, in the next CSA. So she is responsible at Steinbeis for the European projects. And yeah, I would like to give the floor now to Sarah. Welcome, Sarah. So, good morning. So, Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good
Perfect.
morning. Welcome. Thank you for the introduction, Julia, and welcome to this panel discussion on a key issue of the DIH and EDIH ecosystem, which is in fact collaboration. Collaboration brings us to successful results, and during this panel, we would like to point out to you why collaboration is key. And we want to talk about the different structures for the collaboration between DIHs and SMEs. And we would like to help you to understand better the underlying opportunities and lessons learned. And today we welcome in the studio, a warm welcome to Isabelle Dor, who is a research engineer at the French Atomic Energy Commission and a member of the DigiFed Consortium. And a warm welcome to Freddy Rios, who is a dear colleague of mine and also project manager at Steinbeis Europazentrum in Karlsruhe. He is also a member of the DigiFed Consortium, and he's deeply involved in the DIH ecosystem and also in the ADI precursor network in terms of building collaboration corridors. Joining us online today is Begonia Sanchez. She is the principal researcher at Tecnalia Research Innovation in Spain, and she's a member of the consortium of the I4MS, that is Innovation for Manufacturing SMEs Initiative, and was also a partner of DIHnet, which has just launched a successful final event last month. Welcome all. My first question will go to Isabelle, and I would like to talk about the instruments and tools that make collaboration between digital innovation hubs successful. So how is DIH collaboration supported by different instrument and if so, schemes?
Good morning, Sarah, and thanks very much for the question. Yeah, if I go back a little bit to the initial and the starting of Smart Anything Everywhere, we didn't speak so much about Digital Innovation Hub, but more about Competence Center. And they really first appeared at the early stage of I4MS and Smart Anything Everywhere. They were gathering, and are still gathering, very different partners, research center, academia, industrials, and these partners start to cooperate through the innovation actions, but we were very few of them, very few DIH. So they did networking events, collaborative workshop, they started to exchange on lessons learned and recommendation, and try to synchronize somehow their activities, and also try to think that it was very important to have a common innovation portal. Then more DIHs, innovation actions, came in, I would say, on the floor, and we had an increasing number of DIHs, and then it was where the CSA came into play to connect these different DIHs, to help them to work together, to intensify the relationship between themselves, but also with the other initiatives like I4MS. Then many more DIHs, and it was really growing, and then were registered, and it was then the creation of the so-called catalog of the DIHs, and then to facilitate the collaboration between all these DIHs. And another CSA come into play, DIH DHNet, which has been looking at further collaboration towards DH, and it seems that it's really very important and has emphasized their role altogether. So we will definitely think that for the future of the EDIHs, they will also need definitely something like a support action, a support services, and we do really rely that the Digital Transformation Accelerator will take care of all the EDIHs and will provide these common references and networking and tool to really work together in the benefit of definitely the digitization of the SMEs.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive answer. I would like to give the floor to Begonia now, joining us online today, and to point the direction a little bit more towards, in fact, DRH and DRH SME collaboration. We have touched upon these topics very briefly this morning, but I would also like to know your experience. So what are the specific methodologies and, in fact, tools to foster such collaboration? Which ones, according to your experiences within the I4MS initiative, had the biggest impact in terms of DRH and DRH SME collaboration?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much, all the organizers, for inviting us today and sharing our learnings through our projects in cooperation and collaboration with Digital Innovation Hubs. Okay, my personal experience through the work that we have been doing in I4MS is that you really need to build tools that are really targeting the scope of what the Digital Innovation Hubs are needing at the moment. So for us, within the I4MS project, we have built, and I think this is where we best interact with Digital Innovation Hubs, which is the working groups. We have two targeted working groups, which is one devoted for best practices for digital transformation, and the other one is more focusing on skills. So in these two working groups, we try to meet every 2-3 months, just not to have too many activities at the same time for the stakeholders. And in the working groups, we really focus on issues that are relevant for them. And then first, we normally organize a talk, what we call I4MS talk. And then we discuss in the working group which are the main issues, main challenges, solutions. And this is going to, let's say, some policy docs, policy recommendations that we upload, and we try also to send to the Commission. We also have, as you know, the community, the I4MS community, where we invite you all to join. We have at the moment like 1,500 members. So it's a very good place to network. It's a very good place to find the most relevant information regarding digitalization. And, we are focusing more on manufacturing companies, but you can also find other type of information. Another targeted tool that we have created is also the ambassadors. Here we look for specific persons that are supporting us in each country to let's say, make I4MS closer to the ecosystem, and where they have a specific expertise that is very good for the project too. We also have the network of contact points. This is also a very relevant initiative because most of the contact points that we have in I4MS, which is almost more than 90 at the moment, are digital innovation hubs. So this is also an action targeted to digital innovation hubs. And here we have, these contact points all around Europe. So it's a place for companies to go and quickly see what is going on. And last but not least, through the work that we had in the project, we realized that, especially during this actual situation, I mean, that we might need to let's say, not to duplicate in actions with all the projects that are similar to ours. And we create a collaborative committee that we meet, like every 2-3 months too. And then we try to share with other actions like us, like other CSAs and It's also part of it on specific themes and issues that are relevant for all of us. And I think, I mean, we have other initiatives, so we will encourage you to go to the web and check a bit more on the project. But I think this is the summary of it, Sarah. Thank you.
Come and join the IFRMS and S4EA community. So thank you very much for this very comprehensive answer. Now I would like to give the floor to Freddy Rios. We've now heard a lot on the strategies of the IFRMS initiative, but in recent years, we could also see it proves to be a challenge to involve, in fact, SMEs that are less familiar with these structures. Sometimes they're really willing to digitize and to engage in a digital path. However, some SMEs tend not to be as knowledgeable about the Horizon Europe programs, about the concept of digital innovation hubs. So Freddie, how can we foster the involvement of newcomers and SMEs that do not engage with these programs and that are less digitally savvy? What was, for instance, your approach in the DigiFed project to tackle these SMEs?
For the invitation, and actually this is a very key topic for digital innovation hubs. And on a series of reports from the Joint Research Center, it has been identified as one of the main challenges of digital innovation hubs, that it has been identified actually that they tend to operate or collaborate with what we can call as the usual suspects. So they are more or less confined to work with the same partners in a confined ecosystem. And this is not necessarily a problem. These partners, of course, they know, they understand how can they benefit from working with digital innovation hubs, but we have to understand that one of the main objectives of digital innovation hubs is actually to foster digitalization on non-digitalized companies, non-digitalized SMEs. So how can we reach them? In DigiFed, we have actually done, in DigiFed, which is under the umbrella of Smart Anything Everywhere Initiative, we have actually undertaken quite a lot of research, comprehensive research on this regard. And we have actually some instruments that can help to get to this target group that is so important. We have identified that the very first step is to build trust with these companies. Without trust, we cannot actually build anything. And in our research and in our activities, in our ecosystem activities, this has been a trend that we have identified in every single region across Europe, regardless of the country. So a very good example of an instrument that we can use and that can maybe be imported by digital innovation hubs is what we have in DigiFed as the generic experiment communities, where we invite a small set of SMEs. We try to target SMEs that are non-digitally savvy or that are non-digitally matured. We invite them to criticize, to understand, to assess a technology provided by one of our technological partners, and that way we create this very first and all-important link with them, which is trust. And this, of course, does not only serve as a soft introduction to the technology, but also helps them to have the confidence in understanding the benefits that digitalization can bring to them. Of course, we are more than welcome to share this experience with other digital innovation hubs, because we really believe that this type of instruments can be adapted and implemented in different ecosystems across Europe. So that would be my opinion on that, Sarah.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very good answer, and it exactly also pointed to the direction of non-digital savvy SMEs. But to be a bit more precise, are there any specific strategies that can be transferred to DIHs in this regard, from what you have seen in the DIH, in the DigiFed project?
So in particular, that's a question for me, right?
Yes, in terms of trust building and the first steps to promote the involvement.
So as I mentioned, one of the very first steps to build trust with these communities is to introduce them to the technologies that different partners in DigiFed are offering. For that, we use the generic experiment communities instrument. We have other instruments too in DigiFed. But this would be a very good example of how can we actually target directly low digitally matured companies in a setting that is also comfortable for them, in which they can actually share, criticize, share what they do not feel comfortable with when trying to understand these technologies that can improve their productivity. So it's actually a very human problem if you think about it, but we have to approach it from that perspective too, because at the end we are talking with people, and that's how we build trust.
Yeah, thank you very much, Freddie. Yes, indeed. My next question would also be directed to Isabel. What are the challenges and lessons learned, and also your recommendations for future collaboration models that you've experienced in your work?
Yeah, so I think one of the big challenges we are facing is to propose, I would call it an innovation tool process, to support SME digitization, as you said, whatever the sector they come from, and whenever the digital maturity they are coming from. And we need to provide an agile tool that is tailored to the SME needs and a constraint, so in terms of timing, of contracting, of implementation. It has to be a process that has a good ratio success, because it's really something that the SME is facing. They spend time and resources, and they're not successful. So after a while, they just give up formally. And so I think it has to be a process which has to be beneficial from the SME, whether they success or they do not success, because then they can gain feedback and lessons learned that they can reuse, and they can also already start to go networking and to get in contact with people, and that they can use all this, even if they are not successful formally and getting granted. I think it has to be an innovation tool that provides both technological support, building blocks, but also business and innovation management support. And very often you see that the SMEs, when they start to look for the innovation tool, they look for one brick, and then said, well, the other one I'm not interested in. And then finally, when you go on discussing and monitoring with them and working with them, then they change their mind and they find some other ways that might be also needed. So I think we should not focus on one scope. It has to be double scope. And also it has to be, well, I will not call it a simple tool that they know how to use it, because it's also something where they are usually lost. Is you have any kind of tools, many kind of entry points. So you need one big entry point, then you need advice that you should take that road or the other road. So I think we came to that conclusion working in the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, working together, and I think it's really something we need to transfer to the EDI age and the service support. For that, I think they can grab many lessons learned from what we did, and they really have to work and to collaborate together for the benefit of the SMEs to try to provide a tool that may answer maybe not only, but some of these lessons learned we collected during Smart Anything Everywhere.
Absolutely, thank you very much. And my last question now goes to Begonia. Mike has mentioned this morning. We experienced a lot of challenges and changes due to the pandemic situation. And within SEA, we have managed successfully. How was the impact of the pandemic situation for you? And in which kind of way did it affect collaboration? And what were the major issues you were facing and the solutions you had from this?
Okay, yes, even the question is quite challenging because, in our experience, we think we have succeeded also because the numbers, the KPIs are there. We have a community with 1,500 stakeholders interacting, or the network of contact points, which is more approaching 100, and we cooperate with them very closely. And they are also a point for us to be closer to the SMEs. But what is true, and this was what we experimented, that we see really an innovation fatigue. I mean, companies and stakeholders and participants in the events and in the actions that we do. We need to be every time we somehow suggest something very, very innovative, because we need to propose something new that keep the interest of the participants, and this is also very challenges from the project. So we always need to look for a new methodology for them to be more interactive when we work with them. We also see now that innovation is probably less spontaneous than before, because we don't see each other. So this is also challenging. So in a way or the other, we have the tools, but we think that this has also been somehow higher efforts for the projects like us, because we need to invent ourselves every time. And obviously, I mean, well, anyway, we manage, but it's also an increased effort for imagination, I would say.
Okay. Well, from our regard, I can say with a few things we've seen, it was also a positive development. So the collaboration was a little bit, well, more fruitful and effective. But yeah, with many other things, of course, it has been a challenge. Julia is giving you the card now, so we should come to a conclusion now. Thank you very much for your comprehensive answers. And I now would like to ask all of you to give a very brief final statement. What are the most important points you want to give back to the audience? And Begonia, you would like to start?
Yes, I think, to be very brief, I think we have perfect tools, perfect projects running. So I will really take profit of what we have at the moment, because they are targeting digital innovation hubs and they are targeting, obviously, SMEs. So I think we should also take profit of what we have to increase the impact and cooperate also among us, as we are doing also within this kind of committees that we have created, like the collaborative committee. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isabel.
Yeah, so I would just say, as I said, I think we developed lots of tools and very performant tools in the Smart Anything Everywhere. So I think we should do our best to transfer it to the EDIH to come and to keep this networking and collaboration very much alive and even to enrich it in the further time. So collaboration, I think, is really a key word to provide the right tools.
And Freddie.
So going back to the low digitally savvy or low digitalized companies, we have to understand, first of all, that typically these companies do not know that the digital innovation hubs exist. They do not know how can they integrate their services, and they do not know how these services can improve their productivity. So this is actually the main challenge. We have to rationalize these services to them such that it's fully clear that they can benefit from these services. And for that, we need actually dedicated tools. And we, of course, have experiences in DigiFed. We invite all of you to check what we have done. We have a lot of positive results in that regard, but we do need dedicated tools to be able to successfully and fruitfully engage with these low digitally mature companies such that they can extract the most benefit from digital innovation hubs as they can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being on this panel today. And I would like to give the floor to Maaike Reijmeijer now, who's introducing the next session on twin transition, how SMEs can benefit from future digital and green technologies.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for already introducing. Thank you very much for the panel, and bye-bye to all the panelists. It was a pleasure hearing you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Hayden. So we can see Hayden Thompson already. It's not always easy to introduce you because you have such a long and interesting career. So I'm not going to tell everything about it. Maybe you want to add to that later on. But it's really, you've been at Rolls-Royce for many, many years. You've created your own SME. You are working a lot for the European Commission and strategy documents. So there's really a lot of different things. And most importantly for me, we have collaborated for years and years in different projects and also in the Smart4Europe 2 project. So you're a very valuable partner there. And as you are very much into future technologies, technology radar, road mapping, so this is a side of you that I know well from previous projects as well, we decided to have you talk about the twin transition today and also how SMEs can benefit from that digital and green technologies. And I know you brought a very interesting presentation, which you can now share or maybe have already shared. So word is yours, Hayden. And looking forward to what you will tell us about the future and also how SMEs can benefit from that.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Maaike, for the kind introduction. Hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully you can see the slides. And it's interesting for me to talk about the twin transition and green technology, because this is an area where I'm particularly passionate about how we can try and introduce green technologies into the future. First thing I wanted to highlight really was the digitization potential. We heard about this morning. There's a big initiative on the digital decade and an initiative to try in the digital compass to try and get 90% of SMEs towards digitalization by 2030. And one of the things which was looked at a few years ago by McKinsey, in fact, was the level of digitization across the world. And what it highlighted really was that Europe was still at quite a low level of digitalization. It's about 12% or so. But the big news is really there's a huge opportunity for Europe. There's about potentially 1 trillion euros of GDP that could be gained by actually digitizing successfully across Europe. Now, one of the things which has happened over the past couple of years, of course, is COVID, which is why we do many events online these days, or as hybrid events like today's event, which is very nice to have something physical as well, is that we saw that in February of last year, everyone was struggling to digitize. And then we had this tsunami of digitalization, which happened in March. And then we got to the new normal. So now we're all working from home and doing things in a very different way. And many companies have actually digitalized quite successfully to a certain degree. But there's still things we can achieve, and there's still things we can't do at the minute. And we're sort of striving towards doing some other things for the future. Now, if we look at the changes from digitalization, there's a number of things where we can actually see that this has an impact for us. One of them is actually in the products themselves. We can make our products smarter. We can put digitalization inside the products, and people are increasingly doing that. Most products these days have a level of digitalization. We also can see that in the processes we use to create those products, we can see a digital transformation going on in the processes which we're doing. And the other area is actually in the business models. Far more we're dealing on business models which are based around data. Data is the new oil, as they say, and we can see all sorts of new opportunities there. And all of the programs which the Commissioner put together actually is supporting these different areas. So we find that in the Horizon Europe, with the 3 pillars, there's lots of activities going on to support the development of new products and new innovations, and also the processes behind that. The Digital Europe programme is looking at the higher TRL stuff, but is also advancing digital skills as well, and also things like cybersecurity and trust, and getting those frameworks in place, which are important for companies to actually sell their products. And then we've got this new big initiative, which is on the green transition, the twin digital green transition. And this means that we're trying to green our products as well. And there's lots of things going on here, and this is what I'm going to concentrate on today. Another key underpinning thing is actually the European data strategy, which helps us with this new data economy and helps us actually, as Europe, actually compete in this global market. Now, where are the opportunities for Europe? Well, actually, it's quite interesting looking at this, because we can see that for things like consumer PCs, mobile phones, etc., those markets are actually quite flat at the moment, and it's because there's saturation in those markets. And actually, these are markets which Europe are not very strong in anyway. Where we are strong are in areas like industrial robotics, automotive electronics, defense and security, telecoms, healthcare, and all of these areas are the big growth areas. So this is a huge opportunity for Europe to actually grab these areas, and it's got lots of opportunities for SMEs in these areas, because all of it's been driven by IoT in one way or another, and CPS as well. Now, as an SME, I'm a very busy guy. I'm a bit like a Swiss Army knife. I'm running around doing all sorts of different activities. And the key question that always is the first thing I think about is what's in it for me whenever anyone approaches with anything. Because I'm busy doing other things. I'm busy trying to develop products. I'm busy trying to get development funds for products. I'm busy trying to deal with all the issues of trying to get from A to B. In that. I'm also dealing with lots of risks as well. There's a huge amount of risks you have to deal with as a company director, in terms of not only the technological risk, but also the commercial risks and the financial risks of running a business. And really, it's a very, very complicated funding landscape. I'm always looking around where the opportunities are. It's a very complicated funding landscape, lots of things going on. And I'm also looking for knowledge and skills as well. And so actually the whole idea of digital innovation hubs and eddies and things like this are really, really important for small companies. And the big thing which is coming across my desk more and more these days is green as well. So everything has to be green. So this is something which, as many people sort of think is not an opportunity, but actually most of the things that come out of green is actually beneficial for the business and actually beneficial for reducing the bottom line of business as well. So on the Horizon Europe Pillar 2, there are specific activities for dealing with green technologies. So we got specific things on climate, energy and mobility in there. We're talking about electric cars and trying to reduce CO2 emissions, but we also see it in other areas as well in terms of smart agriculture and areas such as that. And if we actually look at all the different opportunities, we can see that there's things in affordable energy, there's things in climate neutrality, sustainable transport, transition to a circular economy, which is very important. Recycling is becoming more and more important for us, a zero pollution Europe. And also in the smart agriculture domain, we talk about farm to fork and also the transforming the way we do our agriculture areas. So there's lots of things going on and lots of potential opportunities with lots of key aims which the Commission are trying to achieve in this. And to finance this, I think the key message really is there's an awful lot of money out there which is available. It's not just the money you see in the programs, but also there's other sources of funding which is coming together. And overall, the aim is to try and get €1 trillion of funding together to do that. I think I sat down and calculated, and this is something like providing all the people in Scandinavia with electric cars. So it's a huge amount of money which is being put forward. So where are the opportunities for SMEs? Well, one of them is in green manufacturing. And first of all, there's in things like trying to reduce the raw materials which we use in manufacturing things. Increasingly, we're using things like additive manufacturing, which reduces the amount of materials used, but also reduce the amount of machining that you need to do on materials. We're also seeing things like the use of synthetic materials to remove toxic materials and things which are bad for the environment out of production processes. And the big thing we're really seeing is more recycling of materials as well. There's lots more recycling going on in both the metal domain and also in the plastic domain as well. And all of this comes together in producing different products, and here these products tend to be smarter as well. And one of the things customers are asking for increasingly are green products, so they're very interested in green products. And the other thing which has been introduced are these product passports, which you may have heard about, which are things which are trying to track products and try and make sure that they are recycled appropriately. And there's many things we can do in the factory domain and in the processing domain in terms of optimizing the processes, the energy used and the materials used to actually try and make our products more green. Another key area is in sustainable electronics and recycling. So it's not only in reducing the energy of electronics in products and the amount of energy we use in products, but also in the way we manufacture electronics and some of the materials we use in electronics, which are becoming increasingly scarce to get hold of. There's lots more activities going on recycling electronic waste. There's a big activity going on there, and we're getting increasingly smart in the way we do this. We're also recycling a lot more the metals. In things, aluminium is heavily recycled as a basis. And the other thing we're seeing is recycling of things like rare earth materials, things like magnetic materials in motors and things like that, where we're seeing that can be recycled quite successfully as well. We're also seeing some sort of quantum shifts going on in the idea of using biodegradable electronics. So increasingly we can see the use of biodegradable electronics in the future. And also with the introduction of electric cars, of course, one of the key things we want to be able to do is recycle the car batteries as well. And so there's lots of activities going on in trying to work out how to recycle batteries, but also in actually producing robots to help you with doing that as well, and using AI to help us. Also, a big contributor to CO2 emissions is the energy domain and building energy. And here there's lots of things going on in the lighting domain to try and reduce energy from lighting. Also in the heating costs of building and incorporating things like air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps, but also things like fuel cell technologies, solar panels and energy storage techniques, even down to the thing like on the bottom of this slide on the bottom right, which is actually trying to extract the CO2 from the air by creating artificial trees, which actually extract the CO2 from the air as well. strongly linked with this is home automation, and in the home automation domain, we're trying to reduce the amount of energy we use, more intelligently use the energy, and increasingly we're using intelligence to do this, whether it's via Alexa or whatever to control our things. But this closely links also in with other benefits to us in terms of society, in terms of helping the aging population stay in their homes when they're becoming infirm, and providing monitoring of the health and well-being of citizens as well. In the agriculture domain, we see all sorts of things going on in terms of smart technologies to help farmers deal with weather, increase their yield, reduce the amount of fertilizers they use, improve the health of their animals, and also use automated farming technologies, things like automated tractors, weed stamping machines, etc., and also trying to improve the quality of the produce we produce. And the other thing which is closely linked with that is actually the whole food and beverage market, actually taking the food that we produce, automating the processes for manufacturing food, and in actually the logistics of providing that to people. And currently about a third of the food that's produced in the world is actually wasted. That's about 1.3 billion tons a year, which is wasted. And so there's a lot we can do with our increasing population to actually help with that. So there's all sorts of things to do with product tracking. There's things you can do in terms of refrigeration. So that these open refrigeration units will be disappearing over the next few years, because the amount of energy lost in Europe from these is currently the same as the amount of energy required to power Poland on an annual basis. We're seeing lots more in clever advertising being used, so smart advertising on the front of cabinets, and also when we go to restaurants these days, increasingly we're using mobile phones to book the restaurants, but also to order our meals and pay for our meals. And this has all been linked in with trying to increase the number of covers that restaurants can achieve during the COVID pandemic. Okay, another key area is ocean monitoring, and here the oceans have a big impact on our weather, and so we want to do a lot more monitoring of the oceans to understand our weather a lot better. There's also huge amounts of plastic waste in the oceans, which is one of the key topics which the Commission is looking at, and there's these huge gyres, as they call them, of plastic waste, which we're looking at ways of how we clean those up, and also the monitoring of animals, fish and mammals in the sea as well, where there's lots of things going on to try and do that. And there's lots of work going on automation as well. So autonomous shipping is one of the key areas, which is an interesting area for the future, which is being looked at. So one of the things I really wanted to highlight is really that green applications are everywhere. We can see them in all sorts of different domains. And so there's many, many opportunities for SMEs in this area. And to conclude with, there's still a lot more that we can do to achieve digitalization, and it's good that the DIHs and EDIs are there to actually help companies to do this. The Green Deal is a key new driver in this, and we can see that this is an area where lots of funding is going, so it's a big opportunity for SMEs, but also for companies in general. We can see many opportunities there. The good news is, as I normally say, is AI is everywhere. Today I'm saying green is everywhere. And it's good that we've got these EDIs and DIHs to help us. And the EDI model and the DIH model is an excellent model for this. So I'd just like to finish with a quick video which shows some of these technologies being used to sort of celebrate the fact that we're doing this. The one thing we haven't yet got is the robot after this is recycling the bottle, putting it in the correct bin afterwards.
Yes. So thank you very much, Hayden. And cheers to the robot. Cheers to you. Yeah, it's always a pleasure listening to you very much. And it's impressive how much information per second you can transmit, visually and verbally. Also, maybe for the audience, slides will be available after if you want to have a longer look at those. Yes, so green is definitely upcoming, so it's the new green, and also SMEs will take that as an opportunity. Maybe, of course, also some of them will have to get into it and see how they will have any opportunity there. And maybe you can tell us a little, how can we guide them there, or what can we do for them to really find those opportunities, because there's loads of them around.
Right. This is the key challenge with it, and it's something which I've heard from a number of companies, and I've been looking. The larger companies seem to be very well geared up already in the proposals they're putting into the Commission, with lots of green applications being put in there. So they're quite good. But it's for the SMEs, it's more challenging, and the SMEs are struggling to try and identify what green means in many cases. And in many cases, it's actually beneficial for companies. It tends to be that you're looking at things which save money in some way. So it saves energy, or it reduces material usage, or whatever. And I think that it's in actually how you look at the programs which have been put out there, and how the SMEs can identify what are the green aspects of the proposals. But it's also arguing correctly the green aspects of proposals. You need to strongly argue those in the proposals, because it's always a challenge to try and achieve this. And I think there is a growing awareness of the need to move towards green, with things like the COP summit recently and other things, and people are actually becoming more committed to this. And the other thing which we're seeing is that customers are asking for green products as well. So it's becoming a bit of a commercial thing as well, that is important to actually demonstrate that you're green as a company.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. And I think we also have a tool for that, which you will present later on, like showing maturity of different technologies and also the green technologies, which directly leads me into the next session. So this next session is chaired by Rainer Günzler, who is again on stage with me. So he will be telling you more, or the panelists that we have around, on tools and services for you. So they are really for you to take up if you're an EDIH. Yes, so this is the SAE Marketplace, the Technology Radar, and also another tool to measure impact. So I'm giving the word to Rainer again now. No need to introduce him. Maybe for those who have not been here before, he's part of the Smart4Europe 2 CSA, and also head of business development at Han Schickert. So floor is yours again, Rainer.
Yeah, thank you, Maike. Well, we have now 20 minutes for this session. So my plea to all speakers is really to fit to this 5 minutes, because we have a 10 minutes delay already. Starting with the first speaker, that's Marta Pensione. She's assistant professor at the Politecnico di Milano and engaged in quite some EU projects, including Smart4Europe 2. And I would say, Marta, the floor is yours. Maybe she's still muted.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm very happy to be here with you and to present the Smart Anything Marketplace, that is a service and platform that was created in the Smart4Europe 2 CSA in order to collect the overall offer of the ecosystem and the community in one place, and allow digital innovation hubs and also other stakeholders across Europe to deep dive into the offer of the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, and also identify what can be helpful for them and connect with the right actor of the broad community. So in the marketplace, if you register to the marketplace, you can find a great variety of tools, assets, and services created by the different innovation actions of the program, and of course the different partners also involved in these innovation actions. So these are related to, of course, to the 4 main categories of services that digital innovation hubs must provide to support the digital transformation of the client SMEs. So you can find the technologies, the experimental facilities, the lab to do the test before invest, as we heard before from the European Digital Innovation Hub candidates. You find the finding opportunities. Of course, you have success stories and events where you can network and keep in touch with the different partners and the community as such, and you also have the skills and trainings opportunities that can be helpful for upskilling and reskilling of the SMEs. So you can easily find the marketplace on the web. Just type saemarketplace.eu in your browser, or you can go through the innovation portal of our initiative, and you will find the link to directly connect to the landing page. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to give you a live demo of what you can find inside the marketplace, but you will have two examples provided by Hayden and by Olivia after my presentation, and you can have a quick snapshot of the look and feel of the content you find in the platform when you register and enter into it. So you find more than 1,000 technologies, 500 trainings, and detailed description of each of them that can help you to really understand what they are about, which is the right provider, where they can be applied, and so on and so forth. So what I can suggest you is to go to the marketplace, register, and take advantage of the different benefits that, in our opinion, the tool can provide to you in terms of reducing your effort and the time you spend for searching information all across the web, identify new opportunities and results coming from the different innovation action, the different partners of the community, and also, why not, spot new ideas, new potential collaboration and opportunities to create synergies with other stakeholders in the ecosystem of the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative. So thank you very much, and for any kind of question you would like to ask, you can always contact us, and really to provide you more information.
Thanks a lot, Marta. I think you made clear that the tool is very useful for DIHs. Could you please comment on its usefulness for other users?
Yes, sure. Of course, the DIHs are our main, I would say, target, but I think the tool provides very detailed information that can be also useful for other stakeholders like competence centers, universities, researchers, and so on, that want to, for instance, use the new technologies in their project, in their new research, and so on, but also for, of course, companies. I would say quite advanced companies, in my opinion, as maybe traditional SMEs are still not so aware, or maybe they need more skills in order to use this kind of tools. And so this is why DIHs have a big role to play, and somehow translate all this information and services in something useful for their SMEs.
Thanks a lot, Marta, again. Our next speaker is Olivia Nguyen. She is with Blue Morpho, and Blue Morpho is a daughter of a very well-known company called Yole. They are famous for their product assessments and market forecasts. And what I remember from Olivia is that she worked a long time before the COVID pandemic came, digitally from the northern of France. Well, Olivia, the floor is yours. Are you muted or still?
Mute?
Now.
Yeah. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hello everybody. Nice to be with you today, even if virtually only. As it has been explained earlier this morning, the SAE Initiative started nearly 7 years ago now. And at that time, we at Blumorfo were coordinating the Gate 1 project after the CoWIN project. And the question on how to measure the impact, the innovation action support, and how to follow up with the beneficiaries to have a clear idea on their sustainability and their progress after the application experiment. This question was not addressed as it is now. We were able to measure the return on investment, of course, when the companies were at the development phase where they already had access the market. But for more early stage companies, the impact was more complicated to assess with business criteria only. So we had very good success stories with huge return on investment for some of the supported companies, but it was not enough to get a full picture of the impact of the innovation action had on each application experiment. So this question of measuring our impact really gained in importance as the SAE initiative was progressing and as we were learning also from our various experiences in supporting SMEs. And as the SAE community was gaining in maturity, it became all the more important to be able to measure the impact of our actions on the global progression of the companies and the impact of the investment the European Commission was dedicating to support SMEs. And of course, it was also important to find an appropriate tool to better assess the wider impact this investment in favor of one SME could have on the whole ecosystem in terms of job creations or value chain consolidation and so on. So we wanted to find a tool that would allow us to measure the progression of all the company on other criteria than the greenest criteria only. So our objective was to measure the progress made during the application experiment by the supported companies, of course, whatever their maturity was, but also to identify the European added value of the project, to measure the innovation action and the SAE ecosystem global impact. We wanted also to identify for the needs of the supported companies to design possible follow-up development action, whether in the same project or for future project, and ideally we wanted to identify replication opportunities also. To do so, during the Fit4SAE project, we have identified the KTH Innovation Readiness Level scoring matrix, which was inspired by the TRL methodology, which is already well known and very widely used. And this tool enables us to assess the company development on a scale from 1 to 9 as for the TRL in 6 key areas of the innovation development, which are the customer, the team, the business, the IP management also, and the funding readiness level. So as I guess you are all already familiar with the technical readiness level, but we had the same, so the KTH University has developed for each area, identified a clear definition of the different levels and milestone and activity that are needed to reach each level. So we have implemented this tool first in Fit4SAE. We had 32 supported companies, so we conducted 32 interviews face-to-face at the end of the project. And this allows us to have a first mapping of the progress through this innovation readiness tool. All in all, the company improved nearly, they all gained nearly between 2 and 3 innovation readiness. I will not go into detail, but this data, this collection of data for individual companies allowed us to further conduct statistical assessment of the overall impact of the project by comparing startups between them and show the correlation in their progression. So it was really very interesting for us. So we have implemented also this tool. We are implementing it within the DigiFed project with interviews conducted at the end of each application experiment, not at the end of the project, so that we can use the feedback to improve the processes in the following open calls and the current application experiment. And within the CSA and Smart4Europe 2, we also use this tool to beneficiaries having participated to the CSA brokerage and pitching coaching activities. And we received 42 answers from beneficiaries from 7 various innovation actions. So it was also very interesting for us. There again, we were able with this tool to measure the impact, the progress of each company, and to aggregate it to measure the impact, the overall impact of the project. Quickly, the lesson learned on this tool is compare what is comparable. It is really interesting to transpose the TRL methodology, which is well known and widely used, to other appropriate criteria to address the world progression of innovation readiness of the companies. But it is interesting, if it is interesting to assess startups' progression compared to other startups, it is more complicated and less appropriate to compare the progression of startups compared to well-established companies. So it's really a tool that was really helpful when we had very early-stage companies. But you have to use this tool with coherent portfolio. And there is a bias. There also have bias, of course, because there is an unequal level of progression within the 6 criteria that are used. And from the first experience that we have with this tool, we can see that for very early stage company, the team criteria and the IP criteria are very discriminating, because building a team is really take times, and when you are an early stage company, it might be too early to really assess this criteria. And the IP criteria is also so different from a hardware company and a software company that it's not always very accurate. And that's all. And to finish, I invite you, if this scoring matrix is interesting for you, as the presentation was quite quick, you can go on the website, which is dedicated to it, where you will find a lot more details. And that's it for me.
Thanks a lot, Olivia. Well, one question from my side would be, do you have intention to continue this work, which was indeed very helpful, and you had close relationships to different projects? Would you intend also to continue that in the frame of the EDIs?
Well, we know that in the EDIs, the European Commission is developing a digital maturity assessment tool. So I guess this is not exactly the same criteria that we are assessing. But yes, of course, we are really we are hands-on to implement it in the DigiFed project, and we will continue to use this tool, which we find very helpful to. Especially when we are working with early stage company, which was really the case in the innovation actions of Smart Anything Everywhere, and which is also what the EDH are expecting to do. So we think this kind of tool can be very useful, especially because the TRL methodology is really helpful, and now we all use it very without asking any questions. So we think this innovation readiness level tool is also very helpful to have a coherent tool that we can share with external partners, and this gives us a very a common level of discussion. So we think this tool is really interesting.
That sounds good. Thanks a lot again, Olivia.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
So as a last speaker in this session, we have again Hayden. He was already introduced by Maike, so I will skip the introduction here. Hayden, and the floor is yours.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
So what I wanted to do was briefly introduce the technology radar. So this is something we've been working on actually since Smart4Europe 1, but we've developed it over a number of years, and it's developed quite considerably over that time. And it was originally developed because SMEs and mid-caps we found really struggle to keep track of new technology. It's difficult for a large company. Large companies tend to have a whole department looking at new technologies and how they might impact the business. If you're an SME, you don't get the opportunity to do that. And so we wanted to provide some sort of useful reference for companies to actually easily access information on new technologies which are available. So the idea of the radar, the technology radar, is to provide a useful reference for the community, highlighting up and coming technologies that they can exploit. And one of the key things really is to highlight to SMEs what are the current maturity levels of those technologies. And so if we move on quickly, so what we did was we created an online clickable version of the radar. So in Smart4Europe 2, indeed, was concentrating very much on providing something which was accessible on lots of different devices. So it's provided as a web service, so you can access it on your mobile phone, on a tablet, or on your computer. And basically, it allows you to get in very easily and look at the different technologies. And the technologies are ranked according to different criteria. It's on the traffic lights basis. So we have green. These are technologies which are mature and we think SMEs should be thinking about using. We have the amber technologies, which we think SMEs should be thinking about using over the coming years, over the next maybe 5 to 10 years timescale. And then we've got the red technologies, which are the ones which are really out there and way away from being commercially exploited, and are things which really SMEs maybe want to be aware of, but not really invest any time and effort on at the moment. Now, it's actually grown quite considerably. We've had input from lots of different areas, and we have different categories of technologies covering things like data analytics. We have organic and large area electronics. We have green technologies on there. We have artificial intelligence on there. There's all sorts of things, robotics, etc. And we've got over 200 technologies now on the radar. So you can actually go in and have a look at this. If you're very interested in the radar, there's some links at the bottom of this slide, which you can go in and have a look. I would recommend, it's the best way of actually exploring the radar is actually going to have a look at it. For each of the technologies which are on the radar, there's quite a lot of additional information. So we provide, if you look on this slide, you can see an example for OLED displays. We provide an overview of the technology. We highlight the technical challenges which are still there, which need to be overcome, because that's quite important if you're a company. We also highlight the commercial barriers, because there may be commercial barriers to a technology use. But we also highlight the green opportunities. So one of the big things we've been doing, sort of linked with the presentation I gave a bit earlier, is we've been trying to highlight where the green opportunities are for technologies as well, to try and help SMEs understand where the green side of things are. Now, in addition to this, we've also put a lot of time and effort into developing what we call the applications accordion. So the applications accordion actually provides examples from different domains of how the technologies have been used. So the idea behind this is to provide sort of success stories for other companies to show how the technology can be used. And this is quite important for SMEs and mid-caps because they're always looking to see how things can be exploited in some way. And we've got a number of areas which we've covered. We've covered things like agriculture, smart agriculture. We've covered home automation. We've got green applications in there, which covers all sorts of things like electronics recycling, the removal of rare earth materials. We've also got lots of things on low carbon technologies and carbon capture technologies, also quite a bit on ocean monitoring. And what we've done is strongly link these to the priority topics under Horizon Europe Pillar 2. So there's a number of topics there, and we've tried to align along with those because we think that's important as well. We'll also cover things like wearables, because wearable technology is one of the key areas. We also did quite a bit on technologies to combat COVID-19. This is something which became very important during last year, and so we did quite a bit in that area. We also covered things like the food and beverage section, and also the art, entertainment, music and literature section, because again, during the COVID pandemic, that actually became a very, very important area for people, actually providing entertainment online. Music, literature, etc., has become quite important. Even the gaming sector has really taken off during the pandemic as well. So we tried to pick technologies and applications which are aligned with Horizon Europe. And we hope that you find the radar useful. And please go and have a look at it, because that's the best way of exploring what's actually there and identifying whether it's useful for you. And we're all looking for feedback on the radar and new ideas to add to it as well.
Thanks a lot, Hayden. I just want to underline there was a lot of work going into this radar by you and your team. Maybe one question. Do you have an idea how we can gauge those tools? I mean, it's clear they are useful, especially for SMEs, but is there a method you have in mind?
A method for what? Exactly?
How can we gauge the usefulness? I mean, is there...
gauge. How can we gauge the usefulness?
Yeah.
We do get feedback on the radar. So every single tab that you open up on the radar, you get the opportunity to provide feedback. One of the things we've noted is that the radar has been more successful than we expected. So we've had over 1,000 people have a look at the radar, and it's a mixture of people, and they have actually provided feedback. And we've had very positive feedback about the fact that it's a very useful tool if you want to have a look through lots and lots of different technologies very quickly and get an overview of what's out there. So people hear that AI is the next big thing, so they go and have a look at the radar and they can identify that. But the other thing which we noted is that actually people spend a lot of time looking at the applications. So this seems to be one of the things which is interesting. Most radars which are provided, which are out there, tend to be things which just provide a brief description of the technology. Actually providing the applications of the technology seems to be something which people appreciate greatly, and it's something which SMEs and mid-caps particularly like.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot again, Hayden. So with that, we come to the next session, which will be done by the two ladies next to me, Julia and Isabel. And before they start, we will see a little video on SAE success stories.
The Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, helping European companies innovate through digital technologies. The Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, currently in its third phase, has demonstrated tremendous economic and societal impact. Over the past 5 years, innovation activities under the SAE Initiative have supported startups, SMEs, and mid-caps across Europe on their journey to the next digital innovation by providing direct funding. Since the start of the SAE Initiative, about 400 application experiments have been started with partners from 35 countries and a total volume of more than 18 million euros. Let's take a closer look at some of them. Every year, about 2% of European teenagers need to be treated with suspenders to counteract the development of scoliotic curvature by applying a mechanical load on the body and promoting correct spinal posture. Currently, there is no device on the market capable of quantitatively measuring the forces applied inside the brace and monitoring the wearing time. Together with FED4 SAE, Protolab has developed an innovative plug-and-play wearable sensor kit to monitor pressure in scoliosis braces, improving compliance with medical prescriptions, and encouraging active patient participation to achieve satisfactory treatment results. With the world's population projected to rise to 9 billion people, food production will also have to increase by up to 70%. Currently, to achieve high yields, farmers often use too much fertilizer, causing serious problems for the health of rivers due to the overgrowth of algae. In partnership with Diatomic, AgriNav has developed software that allows variable amounts of fertilizer to be applied to a crop as needed. By reducing the amount of fertilizer applied, both the farmer and the environment benefit. The goal was to create touch-enabled OLEDs that could be operated by the user through the outer surface of the wood without shortening the lifetime by adding a touch solution. Smart EEs develop a highly complex OLED matrix that is far ahead of current OLED lighting design and manufacturing capabilities. Additional touch FPCBs are used to emphasize the value of the electronics with functional reliability. The prototypes produced will be used to demonstrate to customers and partners what is possible with the 3DMA wood and how the combination of cutting-edge technologies can open up new application areas. Individual tanks in general and mobile tanks in particular are usually technically obsolete, not integrated into business processes and poorly secured. In a mobile industrial world, this is both an economic and ecological problem. To solve the problem, Tetramax and Santo have collaborated on a self-learning tank monitoring system. This combines embedded sensors with web technology, embedded engineering, and artificial intelligence in an audit-proof, fully transparent solution. That was just a glimpse into the world of innovation that is enabled and empowered by Smart Anything Everywhere. If you want to know more, follow us on social media or visit our website. SAE, empowering SMEs in the digital age.
Yeah, so welcome back to our panel on SAE success stories. I'm happy to have Isabel here with me.
Nice.
She's not only a partner in our consortium, so Smart4Europe, but also engaged in FED for SAE and DigiFed projects, Innovation Action, where you have so many really successful experiments performed, and I'm happy to present some of them here. So, just struggling with the presentation, but there it is. Here you go. So, yeah, that's the live stream. There you go, here. So here we have the evolution of the SAE Initiative with the 3 phases. We're currently in phase 3. So we have all these great innovation actions aligned to SAE, so 14 all in all. And it all started with the Gate 1 Smart SI and Euro CPS and CPSE Labs innovation actions back in 2015 or 16. And now we have so many more, and all of them have produced success stories on their way. All in all, we have about 400 application experiments, and all of them involve different partners. So we have more than 150 partners all over Europe, and you can have a glimpse at them at our innovation portal, so the SAE website. When you go to the partner spotlight, you can either have a look at them alphabetically, or you can sort them by project, by application area, or any other filter. So have a look at them and see where's the next partner in your area or in your region. And what all or most of these innovation actions had in common is the so-called cascade funding, or the financial support to third parties funding scheme. This scheme is it's a complete novum from Horizon 2020 project, because it is really simplifying the administrative procedures, and it creates an SME-friendly application scheme. So it's really made that many SMEs can apply for funding. And this funding scheme is used by almost all innovation actions throughout the different phases of SAE. And the advantages of this funding scheme is that the funds are directly passed on to the SME by the innovation actions. So the SMEs do not enter into a complex contract with the European Commission, which is really quite challenging, but they sign a lean contract with a representative of the innovation action. So now I would like to give the the word to Isabel, and she will tell you a little bit more on how that works exactly, because she has the most experience there.
Okay. Thanks, Julia. So I would like just to illustrate a little bit what the application experiment journey, and so it starts with a proposal preparation for SMEs. So first of all, I would like to say when we mention SME, it's more like startup, SME, and mid-cap. It just kind of shorten it to make it to SME. So there's a proposal preparation, then there's an evaluation selection process, and then we enter into really the project implementation, which will lead to a digital solution development. So this is not done alone, of course. There is a financial support to third party that is given to the SMEs in order to upgrade their skills, to acquire new skills, or to start working. I mean, to take care of a really innovative product and solution. But the support, sometimes another SME, or also sometimes like really technical partners that are involved in the project. It might be research center, academia, or industrials. Like for instance, Fraunhofer for a research center, could be Infineon or ST Microelectronics for industrials, and also academia like I would say BME University or Politecnico di Milano. That's really people that do work together within different schemes, and then they ended up to develop a new service towards a value creation, and really it's really to reach to the market entry. And then on top of that, well, I did forget something which is very important. We also provide innovation and business support, because as we will see, technological achievement, it's one thing, but it's not all to that. And so in just on the bottom of the image, you have an identification of the TRL that we are really targeting within Smart Anything Everywhere. So it's not pure research, as you see, it's research and innovation, and with really a go-to-market strategy and outcomes. So it means that we are in between TRL 4 up to 6, 7. It really depends on that. So what do we do? So of course, all these granted application experiments that we ended up hopefully success stories are collected through open calls that are run now by all the innovation actions, and among Smart Anything Everywhere, there has been more than 50 calls run by all the innovation actions. The evaluation and selection process is very much based on the EC process. For most of it, was that we evaluate excellence, impact, implementation, or quality. But on top of that, as I mentioned, there is really a go-to-market approach that is very, very important. We also ended up with evaluating the business or the even innovation strategy of the company. What are the outcomes? Of course, it's a proof of concept. It's an advanced prototype from the technological part, I would say, but from more the business innovation characteristics. What we want is to provide the SME with a strengthened and a direct business roadmap, a go-to-market strategy which is now well-defined, whether it's to go for most customer networking, further development, maybe with private funding, public funding, and if you go to private funding, to give you the training that you have the skills to pitch in front of investors. So it's really to de-risk the situation as much as possible. And as it was mentioned before by Olivia, as you see, so and then there's innovation, and then we try to in order to estimate what is a success story, we needed to quantify the innovation as evolution of the company. So it was mentioned earlier by Olivia. So the studies is based on the KTH innovation readiness level, and as I think we are a little bit short of time, and this was very much explained by Olivia, I will not go into further detail about these tools. And next, I would like to go to the next slides. Okay, so what's a success story by itself? Oh, it's a granted application experiment, of course. It's technically successfully achieved, and it's also a go-to-market ready product with identified business strategy, a strengthened roadmap, a team, a targeted market. So maybe sometimes it might not be, so it has to be a combination of these two elements. So it might not be the most innovative product because it's not research in itself, but it's something which is going to have a market and successful and to have future business perspectives. So all these innovation success stories, as was mentioned by Julia, are fully described in the Smart Anything Everywhere portfolio, where you have a description for every stories, and you can grab the story per country, per partner, per application domain.
Thank you, Isabel. So Yes, just a short glimpse at a success story that was performed within Smarter SI. So it's called a success story Klutzen. It's a wireless sensor system communication kit for condition monitoring. And I'm really happy to present this success story because it Hans Schickert were partner within that project. And here we have the problem that clutch brakes transfer motion from industrial motor flywheels, and due to abrasion, they need to be exchanged from time to time. But when is the exact time of that exchange? It's either way, it's too early, then you exchange it without need, or it's too late, and then you have the problem of significant downtime costs. And therefore, this smart sensor system was developed, and that reliably predicts the next maintenance point of time. So the brake pads are monitored by distance transducers and temperature sensors. And low energy electronics enable the data processing as well as the wireless transmission. And the whole system is powered by an energy harvester. And here it's a really great example for the European cooperation, because Hans Schickert was here involved as an RTO, as well as another RTO. And then we have Goisper, which is a Spanish SME, and then also Icalan in Spain as another RTO. And yes, with this here, I would like to close the session on the success stories, and would move on to our next speaker, which is Geraldine Andrieux. Geraldine is the founder and chief executive officer of Blue Morpho. And yes, very warm welcome. I already see you, Geraldine, here on the screen. I love the Blue Morpho sentence. Blue Morpho, we deliver disruption. And I'm really, really looking forward to your presentation on how to make investors fall in love with you.
With the company. Thank you very much, Julia, for the introduction. So let me know if you see my screen now, because I don't see the presentation myself.
Not yet.
So I will share it again. Hold on.
Yes, that looks really good. You started a screen sharing, and there it is.
Yeah, no, it seems to be good.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So thank you so much. Indeed, what we want to speak about today, it's not about technology, but it's about love. No, I'm kidding. But indeed, the case is how to make investors falling in love with your company. And this is what we have worked on through Smart Anything Everywhere and Smart4Europe activity. So actually, you know what? If I had to answer in one word to this question, the key is time. Why? Because it's like any meeting you will do, it's to make sure it's not too late or too early, and the right timing will be key. So when we say right timing, it's about different things. It's about the technical development maturity of your company. It's also about the market readiness, and it's also the growth potential you can offer in this market. And also another point that sometimes is misunderstanding by the companies themselves is the valuation of your company. It doesn't have to be too early for you, because then you will have to give a lot of share to investor with not a high value for your company, and neither too late, because the investor will not join if they have to pay high rate for the value you have already delivered. So it's a good balance you need to find. And also to summarize that, what we could have in mind is the hockey stick curve, So when you look at the curve like that, investors want to meet with you at the right timing in this hockey stick curve, meaning that you are just about to generate a lot of value and they want to invest in you at that stage. Why? Because actually, the investors, they love company, but they love money. They love a return of investments. And this is where it's the real challenge. We need to make sure that by contacting investors, it's the right timing for them to understand that investing in your company will generate a good return of investment for their own LPs. The LPs are the company investing in their fund. because you need to know also that investors are spending their time raising money, and they are spending their time introducing to their own investors that they will deliver a good return on investment and they will make good money. So your company could be fantastic. You could have a very interesting activity. It doesn't mean that you will raise interest of investors. And you need to be really careful about that. It's not because investors are not investing in your company that you do not have a good business, you know, a good company. So that's also part of the challenge. And to facilitate the access to investors, I'm happy to share with you today the Investor Love checklist. It seems simple, but actually it's a really hard work to check all the boxes. First, you need to make sure you offer a clear value generation opportunity. Again, here it's about money, it's about business, it's about value. And this is coming also from the fact that investors receive tons of business plan. They receive a lot of contacts. So investors used to say that they receive about thousands business plan a year. They are supposed to read all of them, and this is what they do. But if they don't see from the beginning that, yes, this is something very interesting, this is something I have in my mind too, then they will not really look at your business plan. And from these thousands business plan they read, most of the time they invest from 4 to 10 companies a year, depending on the size of the fund. So the second point is not only to address a very interesting market opportunity that the investors consider themselves as a good opportunity, but you need also to show that you offer a strong differentiation. You have strong technical know-how, strong IP. It could be also a unique position to get access to the market or to be the first on the market. So that's part of your differentiation. And investors who want to invest in the right company that have the good chance to become a leader in this very promising market. So your differentiation will be key. And finally, it's good to have a technology, it's good to have a market opportunity, but it's very crucial to be the right team to operate. So the investor will first focus on the team, your ability to operate your company, and not only the investors fall in love with your company, but all the markets fall in love with your company. And to do that, you need really the right team. So you see, it seems to be simple, just 3 boxes to check, but it's not simple at all. So how to fall in love, to make investors falling in love with a company, I could summarize by that. And this is a mirror. So why a mirror? Do you have some ideas? This is not a classical mirror because you are not here in the beauty contest or something like that. But we need to be careful because contacting investors, looking for investors could be a big trap, could be a risk for you. So that is not a classical mirror, this is a light mirror, because indeed, looking for investors could be a trap. And as people, as entity, as DIH, here to support entrepreneurs and any company, we need to be careful of that and we need to be aware of that. Why is it a trap? It could be a trap. It's not always the case, of course, but we need to be careful because entrepreneurs sometimes can be really stuck into their vision and to their motivation. So they might not take the right direction. They might have a very good technology, but not yet in the right market, not yet with the right business model. So we need to make sure that they are ready to adapt their vision, to adapt their plan, depending on the real market opportunity and also the trends that will impact the market they're targeting. So we need to make sure that the entrepreneurs are ready for that and really understand that the first thing to do is really to generate value, not technology, because technology is not enough. Technology is very important as differentiation, but this is not what investors are investing in. They are investing in opportunities. And it's not always easy, and we can tell from experience that it's not always easy for entrepreneurs to consider their business differently. And that's normal because, as you know, the life for the entrepreneur is not an easy journey. You have a lot of high and down. So we are also here to support them and to find the light with them, to make sure that they know where they are going and also they do it in the right timing. Because looking for investor could be really time consuming if you don't do it in the right time. And also if you start contacting them when you're not really ready. Because when investors look at your company the first time, It's going to take a lot of time to reconsider it later on if you had to change. So that's why, as I said from the beginning, the time is key. You need to go in contact with investors when it's really the good timing for your company and you have validated all the checkpoints I mentioned previously. And also, something that can happen is a lack of understanding of the investor strategy. When you look for investors, you need also to consider from the beginning that investors are preparing their exit. So that's also very important to align on the strategy of the company and the vision of what the company should become. And if you do not agree here from the beginning, then of course you might be able to find investor, but the relationship might be complex, and then the investor could not follow you in the next step. And then you're going to lose a lot of time as well. So the point is really to make sure that you really align on the vision. So to do that, you need to understand investors are going to prepare their exits, and you need also to anticipate a bit what could be their exits, and that will be very helpful. So it's a big challenge for sure, but the beauty of challenge is to overcome the challenge very successfully, and it's possible actually. And I'm happy to share also some good results that we have reached in the European project actions, so innovation actions. One of them is the Gate 1 project, where we had about 50 demonstrators. And through these 50 demonstrators, we had both SMEs, not looking for investors, but also startups. And 3 years after the project, we follow up those companies, and they have raised 11 million euros, which is quite good because we are really started from the research development project, looking at minimum viable product, exploiting cutting edge technology into demonstrators. And 3 years after, the startups part of this project have raised 11 million euros in private investment, which is also another indication. It's quite challenging to raise money just after the project, depending on the maturity. It's going to take time because from the demonstration to the demonstration of value creation, the company needs to make a lot of work on that before going to investors. So that's why also you need to take into account that. It's not going to be like just after the project. Also, we have the Robot Union project, where here we were supporting more mature company, and in this case, indeed, you can also raise money in the fastest way. And we have also this sea voucher project I introduced here because it's about sustainability. And I can tell you also that it's very interesting to look at what investors are looking for today. It's about smart technology, like the Gate 1 project. It's about automation, robotization, like Robot Union, but it's also a lot about sustainability. And it's nice also to make sure that all those topics collaborate all together. And this is what also we have focused on through Smart Anything Anywhere initiative during the last years. So it's possible to do that. And what is the key for success? The key is already introduced in this picture. The key for success is that, you know, this very helpful person that will help the company to reach the goal. And this person is the investor you're looking for. Because at the end of the day, this is a story. You can have a very nice business plan, but if you go to all the investors in the place, you're not sure to find the right one. And more than that, investor will consider that, you know, you are looking a bit desperately to the right investors. The thing you have to do is really to identify the right one for you from the beginning, and not to go to all the investors, because then you're losing time and also you're losing credibility. So you need to find the right one. And indeed, as we said, Smart Anything Anywhere and Smart4Europe, stronger together. So this is really the message we want to give. And our role as a DIH or partner of DIH is really to encourage to have more of those guys, those investors interested in technology, in hardware technology, in AI solutions, in everything that will make our world smarter, more sustainable, and safer. So how we can do that? How we can facilitate the access to private investors for the company we are supporting? Actually, it's not only about differentiation, it's not only about market readiness, it's not about the team neither. We have a role here to make sure that the investors know better what we do, and we know better what investors are looking for. So it's really to get to know each other. The second point is to have a shared and common vision. That's key. And when we say that, and this is something we have also done during the Smart Anything Anywhere actions is also to stimulate investors to understand the value of the technology we are pushing. It's a common and self-education. So it's not only we don't only have to understand what investors are looking for, but we are also here to educate them on the value of the new technology to address trends, evolution on the market. And they are very interesting in that. And it's true for the private investors. It's true also for LPs, as the EIF, always very interesting to understand how the market is evolving. So we have a role to play here. And finally, and this is also what the DIH and innovation are doing, demonstrate the value. When we are able to show it has really a value, it really attracts corporate and also other investors, then it's better to attract them. So it's something that we don't have to do only company per company, but at the ecosystem level. And this is exactly what we have done through Smart Anything Everywhere actions. So just to give you a few of examples of actions done by Smart Anything Everywhere and Smart4Europe 2 consortium. So we have supported the Fed4SAE Innovation Club. And I know Isabelle Dor is with us as well here. She was a coordinator of Fed4SAE. And through this action, we have really attracted public and private funding, including VCs, bank, crowdfunding platform, to showcase the value of smart systems, smart solution, cyber physical systems. And by working at the ecosystem, because you can see also that we had other innovation action joining and stronger together, you know. So we go maybe faster alone, but we go further, all together. So this is really what we wanted to do. And we attracted different investors, bank, to meet with the company we are supporting. What we have done also, we have included and we have engaged Smart4Europe into the Info Venture Summit conference, gathering a lot of investors. So you can see here on this slide, we have more than 40 investors joining to Info Venture Summit every 2 years. And what we have done, we have promoted Smart4Europe and Smart Anything Everywhere by organizing a jury where the jury who were investors knows that the maturity of the company was rather early stage, but they were very encouraging and really give good advices also to those companies. And more than that, not only the jury, but the company benefited from these huge ecosystems of investors and also corporates. And it was a good thing for them to learn what investors are looking for, what type of question they're asking, what's the key topic they're interested in. And it was also nice for the company to better adapt their business model and their go-to-market strategy. We have done that for Info, which was very focused on deep tech solutions, but we also wanted to engage into sustainability, in smart and sustainability. So that's why we have set up also a collaboration with the Monaco Smart and Sustainable Marina, with the ambition to show that smart technology will pave the way through the marina to the smart city. And here as well, we have engaged different investors, corporate, and we had more than 30 investors and corporate who had evaluated the company part of Smart Anything Everywhere, who were candidates for this action. And it was nice also because they have met with the investors, they have met with corporates, and they have learned also from their interests. So if I had to summarize how to make investors falling in love with your company, actually, this expression falling in love, we use it on purpose because you need to seduce the investors. You need to demonstrate your strong commitment and you need to deliver. And that's how the DIH and innovation are here also to support. But, you know, it's nice to be to seduce, it's nice to demonstrate, it's nice to deliver, but it is like any love story. It's better to find the right person to start and also to have a long journey. So that's also the part of those ecosystems actions to ease the identification of the right investors to collaborate with. But let's be honest, the goal also is to have more of those guys, as we said, and we are really here also to help and to collaborate with investors to share the vision as investors, because we are all investors in the room here. So to show them what is our analysis of what the future could become, why such technology are very important, Why it's key also for the European sovereignty, because it's all about that as well. So, you know, we are here also to stimulate the collaboration and the joint vision and the right understanding on why Europe is investing in those technology, why Europe has this strategy, because investors are also here to apply it, and they can only apply it if it's a relevant and attractive business for them and for their LPs. But we have this key role, and I can tell you that it's possible to do that. We are currently running actions with investors on very emerging technologies, and they are really interesting to know more about it. And if you do that, you will find the right person to have this journey. So of course, finding the right one might take you a bit more time than saying, okay, there is a lot of money here in Europe and maybe I can take one investor and it'll be fine. That will be a mistake. Because if you find the right investors, then you will have a longer, safer and happier journey. And this is what we are looking for when we fall in love. So that was for the presentation, and I don't know if you have any specific questions.
Thank you, Geraldine. I really loved listening to you and how you try or how you support them to seducing the investors. So what I learned is that it's not only only a small part of the technology, but more or less about the soft skills. And is there just one quick advice you can give to anyone who is interested in seducing the investor, so on soft skills?
Yeah, actually, you're totally right. Soft skills will be key because at the end, the investors want to collaborate with the team and you need to set up the trust. So the first thing to do is to make sure that your company is a good target for investors. So your investment readiness level is key. And this is also something that we have implemented in Smart4Europe. We had this tool to really analyze investment readiness level of a company or a project. And my second advice will be when you have confirmed that you could be interesting for investors, then be yourself. Because, again, that's going to be a journey. So make sure that you're not here just to give a nice picture of what it could be, but really what you want your company to become. So, and you will see that the investors will really make a due diligence on your company. So what your company is about, it's what you have created, what you have done. So you need to be really fully transparent about it, because then you will be very more efficient in the due diligence process. So just first of all, get ready, get educated on what investors are looking for. And when you know all of that, you can really operate and be yourself.
Perfect. Thanks again so much for having you here. And before giving the floor to Maike for our very last panel, I would like to interact with us. So we are just close to 1,000 followers on Twitter. So help us get over this 1,000 followers and like us on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, any social media channel, and hear more from us. And now I would like to give the word to Maike for the last.
And if you are coming on Twitter right now, in fact, you will see all the behind-the-scene pictures, because Patrick, I think, has posted them already. So you will see the studio from the other perspective. Okay, thanks a lot, Geraldine. Also from my side, it was a very interesting talk. I don't know if you were there in the morning, but Anne-Marie also pointed out that this was a strong point in the CSA to have that link to the investors. It is important for the future EDIHs as well to have such links to find further investment, but also this digital transformation accelerator, which is kind of the supportive action for all those EDIHs, might have that in their portfolio. And with this, I would like to welcome my next panel. So what can we do towards the end of such an event? This is the final panel we have, is really to look into the future. So this is what this panel is going to do. We have started Horizon Europe and Horizon and Digital Europe just this year. So these are programs which are about to start. There's still a lot of room. They are running for quite some time to really give your feedbacks there. And we really wanted to know what is needed there. Of course, we are looking more on the EDIH, DIH ecosystem, but also on SME support as such. So here we really want to know what are the strategies, tools, and services needed for the future. And I have a very nice panel with me. You might have seen that we are kind of changing chairs all day long, so to give you fresh pictures here from the studio, in fact, we are more people from the film team, I think, than we are actors. It's quite a technical thing here, I can tell you, but if you look behind the scenes on Twitter, you will see that. So most of you who have been here already have seen Isabel before. She's here for a while already. But nevertheless, just for those who have come in freshly, she's a project manager at CSA, and she has been in innovation actions and both CSAs of the Smart Anything Everywhere Initiative. We have Rainer Günzler here again from Hahn Schickard, also organizing this whole overall event together with Julia, and he's also been deeply involved in SAE for a long time. But more than that, these are the two people I have here, and I have 3 people connected online. So we have Laure Quentin, she's from Minalogique. So she is managing EU projects there, and she has also been a contact point for SMEs in Horizon 2020. So really seeing this from both sides, and Minalogique itself is a cluster. So she's taking the cluster perspective here. Then we have Maria Roca, very welcome. So she is coordinating the sister CSA of ours. So I'm the coordinator of the Smart Anything Everywhere CSA, and she's the coordinator together with Maite Caracedo of the I4MS CSA there. So we are sister projects, and I must say we have worked very well together over those past years. So fortunately also they had 2 CSAs in a row, so we had 4 years of collaboration, in fact. And here we are getting the perspective of the sister CSA on the future. And then again, we have Hayden Thompson. You have seen him today too, so he's there online. And I think in this panel, he will take 2 hats maybe. So one will be his SME hat, because he has his own SME think. He's very deeply also involved in strategies of the European Commission. So for maybe both the questions, he might take 1 hat for the one and 1 hat for the other question. So these are my panelists. And all of you have that same open question as a first question. So this is really looking into the future. What are the strategies? What are the tools? What are the services that are needed now or in future? And we will start, we said, within the studio. So I would give the word to Isabel Dorr first. So maybe you can have your answer on that one. You can give it from an RTO perspective, which you are all being deeply involved in the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative for a while. I think you will, yes, have a lot of background there.
Yeah, so I think we kind of mixed the two positions. So as RTO, we have been strongly involved since 2015, and we have been coordinating projects. So I would say for me, the first term, which is very important, is long term. You need time, because you need time to build trust within your consortium, to know each other, to know what are technology from each other, so to have the same vision, to share the same vision about the tool you are going to propose to the SMEs. You need also time, because you need to raise about the SMEs. You have to raise their awareness about a new tool, so they have to know it, they have to trust it, to feel confident to apply for it. I think you also need time, because, well, you are bringing a new tool on the market, and you need time to upgrade it, to improve it, to collect the SME needs and the other colleagues. So yes, for me, definitely the first time is a long-term, it's a long-term service. You need to have a long-term service that you can provide. But the other keyword is sustainable, that you need sustainability. And I think Smart Anything Everywhere provide this sustainability over the 7 years, over the different innovation actions. So for me, truly what we need in the future, and I really rely on the EDIH perspective for that, is to provide a long-term sustainable service and infrastructure to keep on this collaboration and to continue upgrade it, improving and enriching, make it alive with all these different communities, I would say the major partners, the SMEs, and they're both working together.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So to take the same question from a very different perspective, maybe Hayden, you can put on your SME hat for that. So maybe you can give us an answer on how that looked from an SME point of view, like the strategies, the services, the tools.
No, it's always exciting. It's always exciting because there's a bewildering array of different programs on offer for SMEs. I mean, I look locally and there's about 60 different programs which I could access funding from. And the challenge really is I'm very busy. So where do I go to try and find the right funding? And if you look at the European Commission in particular, there's lots of specific programs. There's the EDIs, which are coming out. We've got Test Before We Can Invest. We've got the RIA type projects. We've got FET. We've got the public-private partnerships. We've got the European Innovation Council, which is looking at more higher TRL level funding. And as Geraldine was saying, there's also the investor funding as well. So it depends what sort of funding you're looking for as an SME. And the key problem really is to try and find the quickest way of finding the right program for the SME, the right program for me. And so it's really one of trying to provide a one-stop shop. I hate to use the phrase one-stop shop, but it's more like a one-stop shopping centre where I can access the right information and be pointed in the right direction. And the other thing I'm really looking for is where's my best chance of success? Because some of these programs probably I don't have much success in, whereas there's other programs where I might have a high chance of getting funding. And these are the sort of things I need to do because I've got to balance the amount of effort that I put into trying to get funding against where can I reasonably expect to get a good return on investment, really, in terms of my time. And the other thing which is quite important, we've talked about success stories quite a bit, and it's always good from an SME perspective to see other companies being successful via different programs, because you see an analogy there where you can think, well, I could do the same thing, and that's the program for me. So that's the sort of thing I'm looking for.
Very good. I like the one-stop shopping center a lot. So I think that's really what it is. And yes, so I think, seeing it from different perspectives here is very good to see, because we want to help an SME, but of course we have to make it in a way that it's also easy to access or easy to find that information, the relevant information, what is really the right instrument for me. I think Laure might also have that same problem in a way, as in that cluster, of course, you have a lot of SMEs, and you also collaborate a lot with RTOs. So maybe you can give us that cluster perspective from your side.
Thank you, Maike. I really like pretty much also this one-stop shopping mall, huh? Because we've heard since years, and I guess if I remember well, FP6 already this one-stop concept, but nobody wants to invest in it. So maybe shopping center might be more appealing. But yes, SMEs have less time to network, so it's very important because, but they are not that networked. So supporting them at EU level for pan-European collaboration is very important. Supporting, of course, in terms of financial support, it's always important, but also supporting networking. So collaboration, in Smart Anything Everywhere, very good collaboration between RTOs and SMEs was successful, and in that sense very relevant. And I congratulate at this stage everybody in this community for their very, very good successes that we as Cluster Mineralogique could also testimony in FED for SAE, for example, and DigiFed as well. So congrats. And what I would say also next level could be interesting is this cross-thematic collaboration. Of course, in our technologies that are key for digitalization, it's good to reach out to more traditional domains, industries, and we also testimony that now SMEs can be also strong investors. I remember, I just will take Geraldine's statement saying investors are key. Investors are not only business angels, they're could be larger groups, but more and more we could also see that investors can be SMEs themselves. And if we have SMEs collaborating together, this can and will, to me, be a good future for our work altogether.
Thank you very much. So very interesting, that new link that you're also making on the cross-sectorial one and different technologies and putting them together for the SME. The SME sometimes can't really know what technologies are needed. They're just thinking more in terms of applications that they want to have or solutions they want to have. Okay, thank you very much for that. And then I'm eager to know from Maria Roca, also from the perspective of the CSA, having supported this for a long while already, and also having been active in SME support anyway with Funding Box. So you're from Funding Box there. Maybe you can give us a little bit on, yes, maybe also already the tools that are there, or how this can be helped, or whatever you want to say on strategies, tools, or services needed.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. It's very nice to see you also, Rainer, with whom we also collaborated in the past CSA. It's a pity that we cannot be together, but hopefully this whole COVID situation, we will get rid of it very soon, hopefully. So thank you for the invitation. I cannot believe that the CSA is getting over after so many years collaborating.
Same.
Yeah, it's amazing how quick time passed. I was hearing this morning the session where you explain, all the different impacts that you have, and it's really amazing the work that you have done. Some congratulations on this. From I4MS side, I think it's very similar to what you have been doing. In our case, I can highlight that some of the key assets that we as a CSA will leave and that we hope it will be used in the future is the I4MS online community. We think that at the end of the day, having a space where people can meet people that is interested, in the case of I4MS, in manufacturing, because we are focused on manufacturing SMEs, is a good place to disseminate, also to find providers, because there are 42% of our members are SMEs that participated previously in other calls, so they have also experience in getting funding, and they are exploring how they can further make use of their developments. Also, I think another key asset will be the I4MS catalog of training. At the end of the day, we are always talking that people should be at the core of all the digital transformation processes, and for this purpose, we need to give them the right skills. Geraldine was mentioning the soft skill, but also thinking about the technology adoption is key to give the tools to the person that will be using later on these technologies, the right skills. Also, one thing that I think both CSA have been working is to create a network. At the end of the day, there are many stakeholders. We have the innovation actions from one side, the DIHs that participate within these innovation actions, the SMEs, and we create, a network around the I4MS that I think is very valuable. I think for the next EDIHs could be also something to be explored. We, for instance, try to put together, there are some questions about DIHs that they want to develop further. They are putting in contact. We are putting them in contact with other DIHs. They are in similar stages for them, to work together, exchange some experience. And I think all these networks should be further explored. And I think how Haydn already mentioned the success stories. Following what Geraldine said, I like a lot. If we want SMEs to fall in love also with the technologies, we need to explain them what exactly is in it for them. My experience in these years is that at the end of the day, the innovation actions are doing an effort to make the language more understandable. But sometimes we still need to talk in a language that is easier for the SMEs, because even though they are aware of the technologies that are there, they don't maybe really feel attracted, or they don't really know how this technology can support them. I think success stories are key in this. And of course, the work that all the innovation actions have been doing, creating marketplaces, creating their platforms, their assets. I really hope, you know, these innovation actions are contacted for the future I4MS 2.0 project, because we really would like, you know, the future projects to take advantage of the resources that they developed already.
Thank you very much, Maria. So I can't agree more to all of what you've said. Maybe just also for the audience, being EDH candidates. So we have talked a lot about Smart Anything Everywhere, but I4MS is just as big and even older than we are, so a sister initiative. And it is, of course, worthwhile to explore that website as well. So we have our innovation portal, but then there's another innovation portal for the I4MS, and a lot of information. And also maybe the training catalogs of both, or the training catalogs of I4MS. In fact, yes, they will be very relevant maybe to have a look at and to benefit from. Okay, thank you very much. Then I would pass to Rainer. If not, you have a very big cough, then I can delay your question.
No,
but it seems to be over now. So let's have that same question to you. What are the strategies, tools, and services we need for the future?
Well, there would be a lot to say. I will try to concentrate. First of all, I would like to point to that most often offers are either focused on hardware or on software. And I am very much convinced we always need both. These are different worlds, these are different units in the European Commission, but we have to come closer together, these two communities, hard and software. To come back to the example Julia showed before, this flying wheel, very old system for energy storage, I would say. How can you connect such an old system to the digital world? Julia showed you the hardware. It's clear to do predictive maintenance for such a system is very good, because you save a lot of money, because you cannot wait until the wheel really flies, then you have a disaster. But you also see that once you have this data already, at the place, at your computer or whatsoever, it's very easy to put that on the internet and to have access from anywhere in the world. So the company can have access from Spain to all their flying wheels around the world. This is digitalization at its best for me. To have a very old concept, which is still used, and to transform that to a digital system. So that was a play, hard and software. Another thing I would like to underpin is concerning strategies. For me, the key ingredient is trust. That was already mentioned a few times, but I would like to underpin that. Trust doesn't come out of the blue, you have to build it. And to start with, I believe you have to have win-win situations. It's only with win-win when you can have real cooperation. I mean, getting funding helps for a time, but you will have hunger also after funding. So if you start having real corporations, that will help.
Okay. Thank you very much for those 2 points. Maybe just to say, hardware and software coming together, of course, could happen in the cyber-physical systems, IoT, but still maybe not close enough, or maybe not integrated enough in some cases or units. Okay, yes, thank you very much. I think this was then a technology view, which is also good. So I think you were very, very complimentary now on that first question. Coming to the second question, and here having Hayden first. So it's more on the success factors and impacts now, so more strategic. You can take your SME hat or whatever, or just be you. What are success factors for EDH, and how can the impacts be measured? So I think this is always the question, measuring the impacts.
Yeah, this is one of the key challenges, actually, because it's important for the funders to understand that they're having an impact. And increasingly, we're talking about something called pathways to impact, so it's a bit of a buzz phrase at the moment. And it's very difficult to actually prove it in reality, because one of the big issues that we have is we don't tend to follow up projects or companies following their funding. And as Rainer was saying, trust is one of those key things. And what you want is the SMEs to come back and again to your services to do things. But when you get to things like the test before invest type things, you've got like a one-shot thing. You can be funded once and then you can't be funded again. You have to start looking for a different program. So it's one of those things where it's really difficult to follow up, and there is no contingency really or funding available to actually allow the initiative to actually follow up projects. It has been tried in the past. I was involved in something with the Commission quite a few years ago now, actually trying to trace projects a couple of years after they'd completed to see what the impact had been. But as there's no real commitment for the companies to provide that information back, it's very, very difficult to gather that information. So it would be really good if we could actually have better follow-up of projects. But for that, you need to have the long-term commitment, and you need to be able to provide services where the SMEs can come back for other things. And it may be this one-stop shopping centre approach may be a way of actually capturing these SMEs coming back, but looking for different services every time. And so you can actually progress their maturity as they move through creating products or providing new services for people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Yes, I think this would be a way, in fact. Then passing the word to Laure again. From your perspective, cluster or being very close to SMEs, to what is still missing? So what is the things that should be there which are not yet there, maybe?
Well, I would say maybe to illustrate what, as I said earlier, so we saw here at our cluster level, being in daily contact with the SMEs, that in the difficult situation like this year and last year lockdowns and the economic crisis, the SMEs need really to concentrate on staying operational, but also on keeping their technological assets and on innovating. Well, our mainly innovating companies really invested on their own resources to stay innovative and to advance on the R&D. And on the other side of the value chain, you have the more traditional SMEs or companies that are less innovative and that need, of course, also to collaborate and digital technologies, for example, and they are quite frightened to invest or to buy these technologies. So in order to reinforce this industrial value chain or this cross-sectorial industrial value chain, what I really would like to see, but I don't know if it's possible, is to have a kind of support measure. It can be FSTP, because we all experience that FSTP is very powerful in this, but a kind of scheme to help develop and de-risk, for example, first demonstrators between tech-intensive or tech-savvy companies and customers being large groups, but more SMEs themselves. As I said, there are in Europe strong SMEs that we don't really know about, but that they could become even more, let's say, competitive, while better working with innovative SMEs from the digital world. And we could have a scheme that could support the development of first demonstrations, and that would help this pan-European collaboration and cross-sectorial as well.
Yes, for sure. So that would be good ideas, and maybe people will hear us now and can start implementing these already. So that would be good. And maybe just to say, FSTP is the financial support to third parties. So this is what happened in the open calls, also in the Smart Anything Everywhere initiative, and this was very much appreciated, of course. So thank you. Then passing to Maria, also from your long-term experience now in the CSA, what would you say are the key success factors or the lessons learned where you would say, okay, this is really something you should implement and it'll make things more successful and you will reach a higher impact, maybe?
Yeah. I couldn't agree more with my previous colleagues, because as Heidi said, I think one of the main challenges we had in innovation actions and also in the CSA is, to make sure that the clients, our customers, the FSTP beneficiaries, they come back. So I would say the key for the success for the future EDIHs would be to keep those customers, as Heidi mentioned, and offer them the possibility, to get other services also there. So we could be able also to track the impact. I think is something we are all aiming at. See how all these initiatives are having an impact or not in the SMEs. And sometimes it's difficult because, of course, as Laura mentioned, they have other priorities, and especially these last years, they just struggled to survive. So I think the key aspect is to offer like a holistic support, going from, the very beginning, maybe the demonstration, later, to be able to take to benefit from other technologies, and at the same time also to develop the skills of the people that will be working on this. Another key factor I would say is that, to have this, something that we implemented in I4MS is to have one-to-one meetings with the SMEs. At the end of the day, we are, of course, launching dissemination campaigns, but I think it's very important to have also the opportunity to have these one-to-one chats with them to really understand what are they, their expectations, or what they are aiming at, and try to connect with the best providers or the best support that they can have. I think maybe this is something for the DTA, but of course something also that the European hubs should be aiming at. As Marie mentioned before, at the end of the day, if you are not the best hub to support a specific company on AI, maybe you should put them in contact with another DIAs that maybe have been working in this technology and in these approaches before. I can give you a better support. So I think one of the things that we can all learn from the innovation actions, I think in I4MS and SAE, is this cross-border collaboration among SMEs, because I think is a good way to make also use of the FSTP funding, but also to learn a lot from other companies. One of the things that we received from the SMEs participating in I4MS is that for them, of course, the money was very important. It was maybe, like the point where they clicked and they took the decision to bet for a specific technology, but also the networking opportunities was one of the things that they valued the most. So I think, collaborating with SMEs, not only, to summarize, not only in the FSTP and then just let them go, so offer them like a more integral approach and support, and then, of course, trying to connect the SMEs with the ecosystem, because I think this is something that they value the most, and sometimes we just forget about it.
Yeah, I think that's really has been the same in Smart Anything Everywhere. It's not only the money was nice to have, but it was really the expertise from the DIH and all that help from them that they valued a lot, and the connection to the overall ecosystem to get into this one. So that was also very important there. So coming to a last question to Isabelle Dor, which is a difficult one on sustainability. This is always the one. How do we then kind of consolidate those long-term collaborations? Maybe also linking up with national regional initiatives, if you can have a word on that. But main thing would be, yes, how do we keep long-term collaborations?
Yeah, that's indeed a very tough question that we have been struggling, I think, every innovation actions to find on that. I think there is no miracle. We have to find a sustainable way to just really to make people continue working together, exchanging, building on the process. So probably this EDIH scope framework is something which is going to be very good to work on that. And then I would like to also to go to the local or national regional collaboration, because as a matter of fact it's something that we have started recently to test, especially in DigiFed. So I will come back to what Freddie was mentioning about the generic experiment, but we also had the digital challenge. So we took example of something that was really built by our local ecosystem and on our technology platform, and we said, how can we transfer it, enlarge it to Europe? So it was really a strong collaboration between the region and the Europe, and thanks, of course, to both funding. I would say that was also the key word. And because, well, especially your local cluster association really knows very well its ecosystem, knows what is needed, and when you start to discuss, you discover that you might not be the only one who need it. So, for instance, in generic experiment around a very local technology provided by CA. So we gathered company from our local ecosystem, but also because we open it to Europe, we collected other companies to collect their feedback, their specifications. So we tried to reinforce our knowledge of the needs of the company to build on our roadmap. So this is one hand side for us, for the RTO. But for the SMEs, it was very good because they provide what Maria was mentioning, cross-border collaboration, ecosystem, because usually the SMEs, they know their local ecosystem, but they have some need sometimes to learn about cross-border ecosystem. That was a very good way, and we tested this tool and another one, which is called a digital tool, and you can find all the information. But once again, it was in collaboration with a regional initiative, because they know the ecosystem. They have already started locally some tools, and I think it's very good to look at it, to inspire in it, and to see how we can enlarge it to Europe. But for that way, once again, in Smart and Think Everywhere, thanks to the European funding, we made it. But once again, I think what's behind every kind of this, whether it's cross-border collaboration between the DIH partners or within the SME community, which is also part of this ecosystem, it's to find a sustainable way. So I guess with the EDIH, we will find a way, but I think we really need to work, to sustain and not to lose all this very fruitful collaboration that we've been up to date, and all the different tools we have tested and proved that they can work and they're really needed. Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry, I look in the glass bowl, but I can't find the solution. But I think there's things we need to do, and definitely we will need some additional support from more transverse, long-term and sustainable structure.
And maybe the EDIHs are a starting point for that, to get the infrastructures funded for a longer period. And this, of course, will help sustainability of the overall ecosystem, I think. Okay, so we're coming really towards the end of the very last panel. So the most important things will be said now in the very, very final statements of that day. And I'm asking my panelists first to really have a very short final statement, and this can come from your heart, whatever you want to say, tell the world. And we're starting with Rainer here for your final statement.
Well, to make it short, I'm really proud to be part of that game, and we have to have really had a very good impact. I'm also believe that the EDIs will have even more impact in the future. And but still, I think, looking at how many SMEs there are in Europe, I still think we need to start to think beyond. Well, this EDI concept was prepared by a dozen or even more workshops, and that's why it's now really a pre-described action, if you want. But we can think over the edge, so to say. How can we make even more SMEs happy? And one idea is that you start to repeat things, to reuse things you already have, maybe to define some building blocks you can reuse, so that you can accelerate and reach out to even more SMEs. That would be one idea or one thought.
Okay, but reusable building blocks and scaling up is always a good idea, like reusing. Okay, final statement from Hayden's side. what would you want to tell the world now?
Okay, well, with my SME hat on, the first thing is make my life easier. That's the key mantra. Is I'm always looking what's in it for me, but make my life easier because I've got plenty of things I'm running around trying to deal with. And it was highlighted the fact that COVID has been a big challenge for companies. It certainly has. The past couple of years have been probably the most stressful couple of years I've seen in my company over the past 10 years. The other thing that I think is it's always good that if you work with people you like, that's always a good thing, and you need to develop that trust relationship with people, and that requires long-term relationships. And I think I've been very lucky in the things that I get involved with, that I tend to work with very bright people who are very committed to achieving things. And I think the final thing is that actually the SAE program has achieved a lot already, and actually I4MS has achieved a lot already as well. And there's lots of things which are there, which are available to the community, which help them already. And going forward into the EDIs, I think we need to look at what we can reuse that's already been developed to make sure that the key things which are really useful for the community are taken forward, expanded, and there's continuous investment in those activities to make them better and make them more fit for purpose for the community.
Thank you very much. We will try to make your life easier. Not only yours, of all SMEs. No, yeah, very good. So also final statement from Laure. What do you want to tell the world?
Well, again, very congrats to the great work done in this initiative, and we are also happy, Minalogic, to have been part of it, thanks to the very great collaboration work with CEA. And again, I'll illustrate Isabel's point. It was a very local collaboration brought to the EU level, thanks to your network, to our network. So it was fantastic, and I hope we can continue this in EDIH. That I see as a very good continuity of the good collaboration in this work. Then I would just maybe say, I heard trust building, I heard also translation needs, trust needs. Clusters could do this job. We bring really trust and translation to companies, and more networked at international level, EU level, and cross-sectorial level. I'm sure with the EDIH again and clusters, we can further continue the good successes achieved in Smart Anything Everywhere.
Yeah, super great. Thanks a lot. So that's, I think that's a good basis for coming from the SAE or I4MS background and moving towards EDIHs is always quite a good route. And this in your case, of course, has been the case too. Then Maria, final word from your side.
Well, from my side, I think it has been all said. Let's leverage on the results that the SAE and I4MS have done. As Heidi mentioned, there is a lot of work already done, and now this work should be reused and exploited by the EDIHs, DIHs to make the life of SMEs easier. We really aim at that. We know sometimes we speak another language. We will, of course, need to improve this. But I think the EIHs clusters and the Enterprise Europe Network will for sure have a very important role in the new EDIHs. So I really hope that you are not shy, that you get in contact with us, with AI Regio Digit, Brain Change to impulsate all the projects that have been developed under I4MS. To really make use of the work that has been already done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then a final word from Isabel Dorst.
Yeah, just take a tough work because I think many things have been said already. So I will just focus just to make the bridge between SAE and I4MS and EDIH, not only for the lessons learned and for the tool and for your experience, but also for the very great collaboration, networking among us with our SMEs, and just to make sure that in between we do not lose too many people on the side and we do not try to reinvent the wheel, but we can really rebuild on this very sound, solid foundation that was brought together by Smart Anything Everywhere and I4MS in that perspectives. And well, we will very be pleased to work with all of you in the future and even more people.
Thank you very much. So with this, I mean, I will now have to find what my final words will be, like having all of you having said a lot. But if I would put it in a few sentences, it would really be like, there was a great idea 7 years ago. It really turned out to be a great success from what I see. Like, it has grown and grown and become very well known and very well accepted. From the SME side, they liked it. From the Digital Innovation Hub side, they saw how they could network and how that could be a benefit for them. Now we're really approaching this great big EDIH network. We're just about to go there. And I hope and I think we have given you a lot of learnings, a lot of thinking, a lot of inspiration today, also for building up those EDIHs, what has been done already, what are tools that might be reused, what is important, like all the trust, the collaboration, looking really at the SME's needs before building services and stuff like that. So I think for me it was a very, very interesting event. Even if I've seen many of the slides before, I didn't know what you all were saying in detail. So I think it was quite compact and really a lot of interesting and helpful information. And with this, I can only thank all the speakers of the day. So I thank all the panelists, all the speakers of the day, because you've done a great job, and I have really enjoyed it. I also want to thank the Commission and the Ministry of Baden-Württemberg who have been there, but also all the supportive other ecosystems, the local ecosystems which are supporting this initiative, the EC, which is supporting all of this. And of course, also our project. So the great thanks goes to the consortium, of course. You have seen many of us today in the studio, online. So we kind of presented various times, sometimes. And I think, yes, so it's been very, very much fun working with all of you. I will miss you after the project end for sure. And yes, I have really, really enjoyed that project. And last thanks then goes to the organizers of this event. Of course, this is Rainer, this is Julia. And I don't know where they are, but maybe they could come on stage.
Yes,
so those
sure.
people
yes,
who are
we wanted
there,
to join you
okay.
anyway.
That's good. So I see something quite nice
yes.
there. Okay.
Thank you very much for the past 2 years. It's been really awful that we haven't only seen, or we have only seen you on the first meeting, the kickoff meeting, and now at the final event. But let's say thank you to you, to the Steinbeis team who did a really, really great job, and we will for sure miss you very much. So thank you very much.
But we will further collaborate. So
we will
for everybody out there too, we're open to collaboration. Most of us will go into some EDIH context, so collaboration will not stop at this point. But yes, thank you very much for the nice flowers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And also thanks a lot for the film team. You've done a great job. I will only see this afterwards, but it looked very professional from the side we could see it now. So thanks a lot. And with this, I would close and say see you soon. Not bye-bye, but see you soon, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.